Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is an institution webinar series. My name is Ogi. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by University of East Anglia by Caroline. Please stay tuned until the end of this webinar because we will hold a Q&A sessions. If you have any questions about the presentations or anything related to the country's higher educations, you can submit your questions in YouTube's comment sections anytime throughout the presentation. And now, please welcome University of East Anglia, Caroline. Caroline.
Hi, sorry, I'm just trying to get my screen up here. Just 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, shall I just start the presentation now, and then the students, if they come in or whatever, we will deal with it later on, yeah?
Okay.
Right, so I'm Carolyn, so I'm from University of East Anglia. So we're located in this location called Norwich. If you actually look at university's logo itself, it says University of East Anglia. Anglia is a word that I think a lot of people don't actually know what it actually meant. So Anglia is a very, very old word for England, right? So in the olden days, people don't call England as England, they call it England as Anglia. So if you actually look at our university's logo, it says University of East Anglia. We're actually located in east of England. So that probably explained to you why our name is as such. So we're located in a city called Norwich. It's 1.5 hours by train to London. There is an international airport in Norwich itself. So that from there, you can actually fly, well, actually from Jakarta, you can actually take KLM flight from Jakarta to Amsterdam and then Amsterdam to Norwich. And that's around about 30, 40 minutes by flight, okay, from Amsterdam. So pronunciation, the very first thing that I will usually teach students is this word here is not Norwich, which a lot of people are doing so, but it is actually Norwich. There's no W in that pronunciation, so it's Norwich. So coming to Norwich itself, Norwich is actually a city of stories. There's a lot of things that's ongoing in Norwich itself. It's a city of festival, drama, events, and music and writing as well. So there are a lot of things that you could do. There's heaps and heaps of events. Festivals are usually run during non-COVID season. There's COVID season now, so it's slightly a bit more restrictive at the moment. If you actually look at festivals, there's lots and lots of festivals. There's all these festivals in Norwich, from studios opening to literature festivals to Norwich City L to Lord Mayor celebrations to Shakespeare's and Heritage. There's a lot of things, writing, music, science and beer, all this are taken in Norwich. So these are all very happening events in Norwich. This is right slap in the city center. Look at the amount of people that's there. Of course, it's not happening now because of COVID, but on a normal day, it will be like that. Britain's Got Talent show. It's also in Norwich. This is right in the city center. This is how it looks like now because it's nearing to Christmas a month to go. It looks very dreamy and romantic. It's very, very nice. This is the castle in Norwich. There's no one staying in there now, but it's actually a museum. It's a festival of lights. If you know Guy Fawkes Day, then this is once a year in the UK. It will happen, and ours happen by the coast. So Anglia, this is what we meant just now. Anglia is an old word for England. So city of Norwich, we always call it a home to another home. It is a very, very homely place. People are very, very friendly. So it has one of the lowest living expenses in the UK. It's also a top 3 safest city in the UK too. We have lots of beautiful national park. There's a new word for you to learn, broads. If you have time, check out what broads actually meant for you. And then we have lots of beautiful coastal city, beautiful, little houses, hut itself that's colorful, really, really nice. We're popular for street shopping. There are lots of beautiful corners of Norwich. It's a very quaint, old Victorian, old city, so you'll see lots and lots of beautiful buildings like that. We have cathedrals. So in the UK, how things are started is that when every city itself is called a city when there is cathedral. If there's churches, it doesn't count, right? Cathedrals are a lot bigger than churches. So in Norwich City itself, there are two cathedrals. Most cities only have one cathedral, so that's how rich a city is for Norwich. So that's how it looks like in a castle. This is the castle. So here you will see this place. It says the driest city in England. Now, in the UK, everybody knows. I mean, most of the time, if you're in the Western country, the weather are usually quite. How do you say this? It's usually quite. Wet, and it's very rainy. So but in Norwich it's actually very, very dry. It also means that you have fairer share of weather. So sometimes when they come to us, oh, but Norwich still rains. Yes, Norwich still rains. However, it is worst in other cities. So it will be really, really cold or very, very rainy. It's just wet. So it's not pleasant. So you don't get to enjoy a lot of nice things outside, outdoor, when the weather is really, really nice. So if you can follow this this Instagram, it's called Norwichgram. So there's lots and lots of beautiful pictures in there of Norwich. It is a very, very charming city. So there are theaters. So if you want to watch theater, you do not necessarily need to go down to London. You can see them in Norwich. Lots of beautiful places. So Asian, we're all about food. What's the popular food in Norwich? This is very, very special to Norwich. Yeah. So Vietnam blue cheese. I don't know how many of you have tried blue cheese. Blue cheese is kind of a bit stinky. I don't really like it. But then if you want to try, it's really good. If you cook it with pasta, it's really delicious. Brancaster mussels. Samphire is really, really delicious. How they cook it in Norwich is that they will poach it and then they put butter and salt. It's very, very delicious. Norfolk black turkey, stewed cockles, and chroma crab. Chroma crab is really, really fat and meaty. So I've never tried this before, King. But anyway, there's Coleman Master, Mint, St. George Distillery, Woodford's Brewery, and also kettle chips. So if you see any kettle chips in Indonesia, you will see them in Indonesia, but they are generally from the US. But kettle chips started off in Norwich. So we've sold the franchise and all that all over the world. So kettle chips actually from Norwich. If you have never tried it, go and try it. You'll find it in the malls in Indonesia because I've seen them before. So popcorns, rice cakes. This are Norwich born, so Norwich made as well. So there we go. And like I said just now, I told you Norwich is very popular for movies and theaters, dramas. We're one of the city that a lot of movies is actually filming there. So you will see lots and lots of them. I don't know how many of you know David Copperfield. You can search him on internet. He's actually a very popular magician. Die Another Day, 007, James Bond, Tomb Raider, if you have any of you watch Tomb Raider, Avengers, Fighting with My Family. These are all popular movies. So in the movie for Avengers, you guys would have seen this. It says that the facility is actually in upstate New York, right? So this is how the movie actually looks like. Now, guess what? If you think that it's really in New York, then you've been lied to. So it's actually in Norwich. It is inside our campus as well. This is where the Norwich, this is the theater inside our university, art gallery. This is the Avengers HQ. Okay, so this whole entire thing here belongs to the university, inclusive the rod. Okay, it all belongs to the university here. So let's look at shopping. Shopping in Indonesia is anytime better, but of course it's a lot more expensive. We'll look into the videos. But this one here, it's the mall. We are known for top 10 shopping in the UK. So there's a lot of things to buy that you can buy, which is cheaper in the UK and not as cheap in Indonesia. But in terms of sizes, Indonesia's mall is anytime bigger than the biggest mall in the UK. So that's how I usually tell students. The street shopping, obviously just now, if you love outdoor market, Norwich has the largest outdoor market in England. Okay, so there are all your noodles, your soy sauce, your sweet soy sauce, and all that. You can buy them here. Okay, so it's quite easy. Royal Arcade, if you want, Jamie Oliver's restaurant is actually located here. Gerald's department store. This is slightly on a higher end mall. You get more stuff, slightly a bit more expensive styles, but it's actually one of the mall in Norwich. Norwich lands, we're known for lands in Norwich. There's lots and lots of lands in Norwich. Every time you think you're getting into one, you know that where you're going, you ended up not knowing it because they all look the same. But there are lots of shops in between that you can find, which is very, very interesting. We have things like John Lewis, which is one of the largest in the UK too. Eat out, as an Asian, again, we love food. We've got all these very, very nice restaurants around that you can go to. I know a lot of Indonesians love Nando's. We have Nando's in Norwich. There are lots of Asian food around as well in Norwich too. If you like bills, you like Thai food, you like Five Guys, their burgers are delicious. So Waffle House is amazing. If you've ever been to, in the UK, Waffle House has the sweet and also the savory ones. Grosvenor Fish Bar is one of the most popular fish and chips place. It's really, really nice. You should try it out. Fig Bar has very, very nice dessert. How much do you know UEA? So it is the second safest city in England. Okay. In this pandemic, we have also the lowest death rates in England too. So at this moment of time, it is really, really safe in Norwich. Though there are cases, but we are the lowest in terms of case itself. Okay. Students population. Now, how big is the university? The university started off in 1963 with 87 students. Today, there are 17,000 students overall in Norwich, in UEA actually. 3,500 are international students. And ranking wise, we're top 200 university. In terms of teaching excellence framework, we're on gold level. As a university, we're top 25 easily in the UK, depending on which ranking you're actually looking at. There are 130 universities in the UK. So teaching quality, all the universities in the UK will get an award like this. Okay, so provisional is terrible, bronze, silver, and gold. There are 76 gold in total, and we are one of the gold in the UK. This tells you that how good our teaching quality is. Okay, campus. So this is how our campus look like. It's a real big campus, beautiful, beautiful campus. Students will tell you they love that place, they love the air, they love the greenery. It's really, really, really nice and relaxing. So it's a campus-sized campus itself, like a huge big campus on its own, with own park and all that. So anything that's white in color here are all accommodations. If you're doing foundation year, then it's actually here. If you're doing English program, it's also here. This is the Ventures HQ, like I said just now, but it is actually a gallery. History and museum students actually study in this building too. If you're doing law, it's all here. This iconic building here is also our accommodation, and it's the cheapest, it's the oldest, but it has also won many, many times gold award because it was very well maintained. It also has $1 million view look itself. The window is really big, so you can see, overlooking the broad and the greenery itself is really, really beautiful. If you're into sports, we have the largest indoor sports park in the UK. So going down the city center is towards this on your right. It's around about 15 minutes by bus. If there's traffic, it's about 20 and maximum 25 minutes max. So that's really nothing for anyone that's from Indonesia, because you guys are mustering in it. So this is the other side of the campus. How it looks like from the other side, looking into the campus, opposite side of it. This is the summer, this is the winter, but this is actually a lie. It was like that in 2017, 2018, probably, when there was a huge storm on that. But you don't generally get such cold weather during winter. It is only about 1 degree or maybe -1. That's about it. And if there's a snow, it's probably 3, 4 days to a week maximum in December or January. Trust me, it looks nice, but it really is not nice because it's very inconvenient. It's very slippery as well. So this is the Ventures building. Inside the Ventures building looks like this. It's like a museum. It gets changed every 3 months. Um, this is the business school. Internally, this is one of our lecture theater in a university. It's very modern and new. If you're into law school, this is our law school. This law school is actually a big mansion. It belongs to this lady. She's the second lady, this lady here. Her name is Elizabeth Fry. The family owns a bank in the UK. And previously, this house belongs to Elizabeth Fry. Elizabeth Fry is the second woman that got printed on a UK pound note, apart from the Queen. So that's how important she is. So this is some of the pictures of the law school. Today, the law school, the law school, the university is actually bought over and turned it into a law school now. It's a very nice big mansion. There's some kitchen. All the lectures rooms are actually up here. They are offices. And then class size, your seminar sessions and all that are all in here. Your big lecture is going to be on the campus on its own. Internally, it looks like this. It's a very cozy house. Taylor Swift love our law school. There's a lot of concerts in the university. I will tell you about it later. Science and Engineering building is this one. It's very new. It's very beautiful. This is how it looks like now. Internally, there's lots of things to do. It's like 30 million pounds building. That's how they do it. Bob Champion Research. This is our research center in the university. It looks like it's really nice. Area of studies, there are 4 faculties and 23 schools in total. So there are social sciences, science, medicine, and health, arts, and humanities. Most of the Indonesian students that's with us, they're in social sciences. There are some of them in science, like our pharmacy program for a couple of years in a row. The top student has always been Indonesian. Speech language therapy and physiotherapy is quite popular amongst the Indonesian students too. And then arts and humanities area, we're very good in film, television, and media. We're very good in literature, drama, and creative writing. We're also very good in political, social, and international studies. Okay, so that's the big thing for us. So popular courses, we can go through it later on. So these are popular courses for the Indonesian students that comes to us. So there's undergraduate program, there's also postgraduate program too. Brilliant humanities. So why is okay, so we have 24 hours library, more than 80 sports club, more than 100 society, Olympic swimming pool, modern teaching facilities with lots of campus restaurants. We'll also have a sensory center of visual arts. If you love swimming, with Olympic style swimming pool, like we see just now. If you love rock climbing, this is the rock climbing wall. Like I said, we are very popular for gigs. If you love gigs, we're very good in gigs. We have more than 60 gigs in a year. How many weeks are there in a year? 50 over weeks in a year. So that tells you every single week there is a gig, there is a concert going on. But of course now it's not. But when the situation gets better with a COVID, this I'm very sure will come back again because we have a very good team that does this. And we're not talking about small gigs, small concert. So you can see these people here. They're Taylor Swift, the Coldplay with Ed Sheeran. So look at how big Taylor Swift concert is with us. So this is actually inside the university. Accommodations. So there's on-campus and off-campus accommodation. These are all on-campus accommodation. Some of the pictures that you could see, we can go into details if you're more interested. We also have off-campus accommodation that you can rent outside the university. You do not necessarily need to be in the uni. Tuition fees. This is our undergraduate tuition fees this year. Okay, it starts from around about £17,100, depending on the program that you're doing. Okay, all through to about 33,500, which is medicine. And this is our postgraduate taught programs. Again, depending on what programs you're actually doing, all through to um, the expensive one like 20 over thousand, 30 over thousand for occupational therapy or physiotherapy. So depending on the program that you're taking. So international students fee starts from £17,100 for September 2021. Scholarship, our new scholarship has not been announced yet, but when it's announced, we can actually send you the information. And we are one of the very generous university in terms of giving out scholarship. So last year, September 2020, we gave undergraduate students, as long as you get an offer from us, you will automatically get a £3,000 scholarship per year. 3,000 per year. Okay. So it will be around about 9,000 for 3 years of study. So 3,000 per year. Okay. And the international undergraduate scholarship from 4,000 to 10,000. Again, it is given on a yearly basis. This is very competitive. And then if you're doing foundation year scholarship, this is the foundation year scholarship, and postgraduate scholarship is £4,000 one off. Okay. So that's our scholarship. And then entry requirements are here. Okay, we can go into details if you think you have specific questions to ask. So basically, we have a list of university that we can tell you whether we can accept you based on what your GPA is going to be. Yeah, cost of living is around about £785 per month. It can be a lot lower. A lot of students tell us some of them only spend about £600+, depending on the room that you take on. But anyway, if you live a very comfortable lifestyle, on-suite campus on accommodation, you're already not sharing with anyone for the toilet. Your own room is about £635 per month. Food is about £120 per month. Transportation is about 20 a month. Mobile phone is about £10 a month. All in all, it's about £785 per month. But trust me, there are students who spend like 600 over pounds a month. So that's generally what we are and who we are as a university. Okay, so if there's any question, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can see you in our chat room.
Okay, Caroline. I still have about 8 minutes to present. Is there anything else to say or something like that?
No, 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 not generally. If students are looking at applying for undergraduate studies itself, we have our agents, our colleague who is helping them in Indonesia. So they can just apply through the agent, which is Jack Study Abroad. Other than that, I think we can help them with any queries that they have, or Jack Study can help them with any queries that they have, because Jack Study knows us very, very well. So yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Caroline, for your presentations. Now we will maybe begin directly to the Q&A sessions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, there is a question here. Um, is there any fully funded scholarship for undergraduate student there in universities in Anglia?
The simple answer is no. There isn't any fully funded scholarship at all in UEA. At least in the UK, I think it's quite hard to look for one now because of the COVID situation, and economies aren't doing very, very well. Not just us. But our scholarship that we're giving out has always been quite generous. I don't know what the scholarship is going to be like in the coming year, because there hasn't been any approval just yet for our scholarship. However, we're happy to be in touch with the students if they would leave their contact details for us to contact them in that way, or they can come into our chat group later.
Okay, thank you, Karan, for the answer. So there are no fully funded scholarships in universities in Anglia, right? Okay, maybe move to another questions. Maybe about the requirement of the university itself. So, is there any minimum score of IELTS to enter the University of East Anglia or minimum GPA, maybe for each level of educations, for bachelor, for masters, and for PhD. Can you
Uh,
explain it? Okay.
Yeah, there is. So masters and PhD itself is a case to case because there's so many universities in Indonesia. But basically, we take in the Group A and Group B universities, so Peringkat A and Peringkat B universities that we actually do offer them. So it starts on GPA at 3.0 all through to about 3.3. It also has to depend on what program that they're actually doing. So different programs asking for different GPA. And for IELTS itself, IELTS, we are asking for an overall 6.0, two bands in 5.5, and two bands in 6.0 for September 2020. Generally, the scholarship, the IELTS is IELTS 6.5 with no band lesser than 6.0. But this September 2021, we are able to accept IELTS 6.0, no band lower, two bands no lower than 5.5 and two bands no lower than 6.0. Yeah. So that's what we are looking for. And then for undergraduate level, if they are from the SMR3 program, they won't be able to enter our universities directly. They will have to do a foundation year program um, with the with our university. And then if they are doing A levels or IB and all that, so that really depends on what program they are coming in. We have hundreds of programs in the university, so it's quite difficult to go through one by one. But then generally the guideline is BBB. Majority of the programs are A, B, B, but there are also a big chunk of program which is BBB. And then for IB students, we are taking starting at 28 points and above. So again, it depends on what program they are doing as well. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Caroline. So move to the next question is for Bachelor Science Developmental Psychology with placement year, does it mean that university will search for internship for us? Which one is more useful, placement year or year abroad? Thank you.
Is this for undergraduate?
Yes, for bachelor.
Okay, so if it is a 4 years program, I like the placement year rather than the year abroad. So in your placement year itself, the university do have places for students to go and do their placement year. But of course, the students will have to go through interviews. Okay, so the university will help you to look for. They will give you a list of companies that's taking in students for internship. However, you have to go for interview. So if you pass the interview, then you will get in. If you don't, then you have to come back and study for your year 3 program. So if you ask, I mean, the chances, there's a lot of chances. A lot of our international students has gotten places for internship anyway. So I always say that, you prepare yourself early when you first start. Our school, I mean, UEA is very, very popular because our class size are very small and concentrated. So the lecturers are very, very close to the students. They do help them and support them very, very well. So we always tell students, you don't start at the last minute. You start as early as you can, right in the first year, get your CV corrected, go for mock interview sessions. There's career fairs that's happening as well. So speak to your lecturer about it, keep in touch with them so that they are able to brief you on what you can do and how you actually do it. So it is important to actually put yourself out there. I won't say it is guaranteed that you'll definitely get a place, but if you try hard enough and you prepare yourself well, chances of getting it is quite high. So a year abroad means you just, you do year 1 with us, year 2, you will go to another country, say the US or the UK or the US or maybe Europe or Australia, New Zealand, whoever our partner is. So you go there for a year. Finishing that, then you come back to us again for year 3 and year 4. So that's what year abroad actually meant. But placement year is you do year 1, year 2 study, year 3 work, year 4 come back and study again, then you graduate. So I always highly recommend as an international student, especially if you want to stay back after you graduate from your degree level, it is very important that you actually do internship year during your studies because that helps you to put your experience, that 1 year internship experience, inside your CV. And from there, you will be able to look for better opportunities when you graduate itself. Because I think a lot of international students thinks that it is quite, every time I'm going to ask them, what do you want to do after you graduate? Do you want to come home to your country, or do you want to stay back? They're like, oh, I don't want to come back to Indonesia. I don't want to go back to Malaysia. I don't want to go back to my home country. I want to stay back in the UK. But there's one rule here. You don't have a residency in the UK. So there's no visa for you to stay on, just like how expats go into Indonesia, you have to apply for visa for them to get in. Similarly, in the UK, if you want to stay back and work, you are required to have a visa to stay back. Now, what makes me as a company wants to hire you as a person, so if I have to train you from scratch and from new, I have a lot of applicants that I can hire, that I don't have to train in that way. Yeah. So as an international student, you don't only need to worry about your program, you have to worry about your culture and everything else that you have to learn too. So I think there's a long process, but it is very important to do placement year.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Caroline. So maybe we'll move to the next questions. If we already got the offer letter for University of East Anglia, but we're still waiting for the funding, how long can we defer the admission process? Thank you.
Defer as in within the same year, or defer to a different year?
Maybe in the same year first, and after that.
So generally, deferring itself isn't a big issue. Let's put it that way. What they need to do is they have to reply to the school before the deadline. So every time when you're given an offer, they will tell you when is the deadline you have to accept the offer. So before the deadline comes in, you have to write back to the university and say you want an extension of the deadline, so that they can defer it for you.
Okay, which means like we can defer it for one time to the next year, or twice maybe to the next year after.
Oh, so if they want to defer to the
Yes.
year after, so they will only allow you to defer one time. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you can't come this year, they'll defer another year for you, which is next year. And then if you still don't come to us again the following year, they will cancel your application. The following time you have to apply on your own. You have to reapply again.
Okay. So to conclude that, the chance is only one time for defer the application, right?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe move to the next questions about the accommodation cost. Maybe how to find a good accommodation there, and how much it is, and how far maybe from the university itself.
So our accommodation is all on campus. Like the picture that I showed just now during the presentation, it's actually all on campus. So to find accommodation is quite easy. The university will assist the students. They will help the students to look for the accommodation. So what they need to do is to apply before the deadline, which is 31st of July. And then there is options that they can actually look for. They have to put in the options that they want, select the options that they want. And then from there, you will be able to prioritize what you want, and then the university will then arrange one for you, one for the students. It's not, you can't say that, oh, this is what I want, but you can select your options, and then the university will give you the options later on, whichever one that you selected.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So maybe to the next question is there any student advisor for a new student maybe who's still confused about a program that they will choose in this university, maybe, or maybe after they enter the university itself, is there any student advisor that will overcome their maybe a psychology or a culture stuff or something like that? Thank you.
Well, if it is before them starting the program, the first part of your question, if it's first part of the question, before starting the university, you don't know what you want to do and you don't know what program you want to go for and all that, they can come and talk to me, or they can talk to Jack Study, so they will be able to advise them. If they have come into the university, every single student in our universities is given a personal tutor. There is also well-being advisors in the university where they can help them with psychological stuffs, missing home, finances, and all this. There is also a counselor for that. But on the program itself, if they can't catch up, they have problems with understanding the content and everything, there is a personal tutor given to the students. All of them has one.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Caroline. Maybe we move back to the accommodation. Is there any private accommodation there rather than student accommodation, maybe, and how far it's from the campus itself?
Yeah, there is a lot of accommodation that's private accommodation, near or far. So that really depends on where they want to stay, which area they want to be in, what kind of facilities they want, whether they want to stay with a home family, they want to stay with a British family, or they want to stay on their own. There is a lot of options on that. The university has help for that as well. We have a service called Home Run, and this Home Run team itself will be able to help students with what they're looking for in that sense. So it really depends on what the budget is if they want to stay outside. So I generally tell students, if you're only there for a year, I wouldn't recommend staying outside, because you paid so much money and you want to come to university to experience what it is like staying on campus. However, if you're there for 3 years, 4 years for undergraduate studies, I would say first year stay with the university, make some friends, and then you move out after that on the second year and third year thereafter, which is a lot easier because you would by then understand where you want to stay, where you want to go, how you get the buses and all that, how long is it going to take you to come to classes. So some people sleep till really, really late. So yeah, it depends on, all that. But I would say if they're only there for a year, stay on campus. If they're there for 3 years, stay there on campus on the first year, and then year 2 onwards, move down.
Okay, thank you very much. Move to the next question is how about the teaching method during the pandemics in the University of East Anglia itself? Is there
Okay, so
all
that
online or something like? Okay.
Okay, so we call this the hybrid learning. So it depends on what program you're actually on. Like, for example, our law school, psychology, medicine, SLT. So all these programs are health sciences program, and law programs is also very small. So what we do is anything that's big lecture itself, it will then be taught online. Anything that is seminar sessions, which is like personal tutoring sessions, or that it will be face to face. There are certain programs that has way too many students, then it is all done online, so they don't run face to face. But classes in terms of your personal tutor timing with you, and your seminar sessions, like 16 in our class itself is between 15 to 20 maximum in tutorial classes, so that's ongoing face to face.
Okay, so the teaching method is still hybrid for the during the
Mm.
pandemics. And how about the next year? Is there any picture of the teaching method?
It really depends on what the situation is going to be like. So, nobody knows how COVID is going to be. Nobody knows how serious it will be. So, if it is going to be really serious, it will still be hybrid method. But if it is going to be better, the university wants it all face to face. So we just want everybody to be around, and so we can give you the learning experience. But it is not always possible because COVID is in place at this moment of time. So yeah, it is important to just find out and see what COVID situation is like.
Yeah, of course. We hope the condition is getting better soon, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, thank you, Caroline, for all the Q&A session. That's the end of our Q&A sessions. Thank you very much for Caroline and teams. Just a reminder for you guys that you can connect us you can connect with Caroline through the information given by Miss Caroline earlier. Okay, thank you very much, and see you in the next sessions. Bye-bye.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello,
Bye.
Christabel. Just say hello.
Yes.
Okay. See ya.
See ya.
Hello.
Hello, first of all.
Oops, hello. Should I share my screen or should I share my screen?
Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is an institutions webinar series. My name is Ogi. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Christabel from University of Essex. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A sessions. If you have any questions about the presentations or anything related to the country's higher educations, you can submit the questions in YouTube's comment sections anytime throughout the presentations. And now, please welcome Christabel from University of Essex.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. So I think I'm just going to share my screen. Sorry, am I able to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Right, thank you. I'm just gonna share my screen for a bit. Okay. All right, so without further ado, I'm just gonna start. So again, I'm Christabel from University of Essex. For those of you who probably have never heard about it before, we do have 3 campuses. So I'm gonna show you a couple of videos as well. So at least you sort of like have a image of how we look like. So the first video is our Colchester campus. I hope you guys enjoy this.
Sorry, Christabel, maybe the sound is quite a bit low. I can't hear the.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I accidentally pressed that. Sorry, what do you say?
The
You
sound.
can't hear it. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Should I? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna continue because I'm just concerned of the time. So maybe for those of you who view this right now, for any of you guys students that you probably see this, I'm so sorry. I'm not too sure why my video doesn't have sound, but it was fine earlier. So come to my booth later or speak to me, write me an email. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna move on instead of just repeating the whole thing. Well, this is our second campus, which is a bit different from our Colchester campus. This is shorter video, so I'm just gonna play this. So at least you guys have. I'm just sorry, I think I forgot to press this earlier. There you go. So yeah, this is very different from Colchester campus. right. So again, in terms of positioning, so I'm just going to share you guys a little bit of who we are. So we are the University of the Year 2018. Well, I'm not going to go through to each one of these points, but I think one thing that I like to highlight is SX is very popular and high rank with our social science. If you guys can see, we are in the top 5 in our REF, Research Excellence Framework. We also have got gold for our Teaching Excellence Framework in 2017. So just to brief on TEF. So the TEF framework, TEF awards, there are 3 different categories: gold, silver, and bronze. Gold being the highest, of course. So yes, that sort of like reflects on our teaching and support as well. So in terms of our locations, we do have 3 campuses, as I mentioned earlier. First one in Colchester, Southend, and Loughton. For those of you who probably have been to London before, it's pretty close to London. All of these campuses are less than an hour from central London, from Liverpool Street Station. If you take a train, it takes you less than an hour, in fact. If you take bus, it's about 1.5 to 2 hours. So again, you saw the video just now, probably without the sound, apologize for that, but you can see that it's a beautiful parkland campus. So full of greeneries. I do have pictures on that. So you guys can see this is our Colchester campus. The buildings in the middle, there are lots of squares. All those are our departments building, lecture buildings. We do have library over here, and it's really beautiful. So it is overlooking the lake. If you guys can see over there, this is our biggest auditorium. It's called Crew Lecture Hall. Is really big. So the capacity is about 2,000 students. We also have our own accommodations. So all these buildings around our accommodations, and it is guaranteed first year for all international students. We do have, for those of you who are interested with sports, we do have our own sports arena, gym, lots of different sports clubs as well available. From this campus to the city center will take you, if you take the bus, you'll take you about 20 to 30 minutes at the very max. Yeah, this is our business school. This is in fact our biggest department, and I'm sure I still have some time, so I'm just gonna probably briefly sort of like bring you guys to each of this section. And again, if any of you are interested, please join my other Zoom room, which I think you guys can find the link in my booth, virtual booth. So again, this is South End campus, which is a bit different. South End is only for our international, is a new business subject like international business, entrepreneurship, supply chain, HRM, international marketing, all those sort of things. Whereas Colchester, the one that I show you guys just now, 90% of our subjects are located in there. South End is a city campus, so if you saw the video just now, it is near the seaside, so you definitely can walk. And you see the colorful building right at the back, so there is accommodations that is within walking distance as well. Our third campus, I'm going to briefly just go through this. Loughton is only for our acting school. Yes, we do have acting school. It's called E16 Acting Schools. So what we are looking at, if any of you are interested, would be your portfolio or audition and interview as well. Okay, so go through our subjects. Before that, I'm going to show you guys how beautiful our business schools. It is about 4 years old, and yes, it has. I'm going to go through that after the video. Make sure the sound's on. As mentioned, I move on to our subjects that we offer. So if you guys can see, we classify that into 3 categories: social sciences, humanities, science, and health. So all these are just sort of like the big department that covers it. So in there are lots of different other subjects as well. I'm just going to go through quickly. I am aware of the time. So our business school, as you guys saw just now, this is the largest department in Essex. We have 2 campuses with our business school in there, Colchester and Southend. One of the highlights that you guys saw in the video as well is the virtual trading floor. So this is actually our virtual trading floor, and it's supplied with Bloomberg financial data. We are using the Extrader system. So it is a trade simulation system that is attached to live market. So basically all the data that students use is real data and on a real time as well. So students can buy and sell, of course, without making a real investment. I think this is a really good portfolio for those of you who are interested with finance, trading. Nowadays, lots of students are interested with that. By the time you graduate, having this kind of experience would definitely make yourself, stand out when you're looking for a new job. So this is our actual science. Again, I'm just going to go through this quickly. This is the accreditation that we have achieved. So for those of you who are interested with actual science, we have got exemption from the IFOA. So 6 professional exemptions. Okay. I'm basically just sort of like show you guys where we are and what sort of like departments that we are doing really well. So you guys, if interested, and of course you can ask more details with me later on. Okay. Well, this is sort of like the subject that makes Essex very sort of like popular. I think, in fact, some of the Indonesian students who come to Essex, they are all doing LLB, which is the law bachelor, or international relations, politics, political economics. We do have a bit more like combination of law and business as well, business law. So this is the department and one subject that we are really high rank as well. We work very closely with the United Nations. Some of our masters with professional work. So in terms of COVID, I think we're doing pretty well currently. So we are in zone 2. So means, they are now classified into different zones. So zone 2 means, yes, there are still a few cases, but not massive. And it's basically under control. This is the things that we do to make sure that everybody is well taken care. So our sports arena is really huge, but currently is being used for NHS clinic. So for those students who are feeling unwell, they want to get checked, want to see doctor, medical practitioner, they can go definitely to the NHS clinic. So in terms of how the students are doing in Essex, we do offer a lot of different things for you to join, not just in terms of academics, but societies as well. So our student unions have 144 societies and 60 sports clubs. So quite a number of societies and extracurriculars that you can choose from. Definitely, this is some of the clubs and societies that as examples. So we do offer a study abroad and placement as well as your sandwich here. And I think I'll have to highlight that we offer languages for all. So basically, for those of you who come to Essex, you are interested to learn new languages, we offer that free for the first year. It includes some of the languages that we offer includes Spanish, French, German, Italian. I think with the K-pop become very booming as well. We do have Korean and Japanese as well, but just do take notes that some of the subjects are sort of like updated every year depending on the availability of the lecturers as well. And yes, they are taught by native speakers, so that's another good thing. All right, so trying to be inclusive, so we celebrate different festivals on campus. Some of the activities, I think this is really nice. Thursday market as well, where you can gather, meeting new friends, enjoying some music. And this is our requirement and scholarship. Again, if you are interested, talk to me deeper later, so I can go through that. And then I'm just going to cover, this is sort of like my last bit of points. So this is our accommodations. We offer the ranges of accommodations starting from the most affordable one to the self-contained unit, which is the most expensive one. All right. So sorry, I'm just going to go through. This is basically just pictures of all different kind of accommodations. But of course, depending on your budget, we can definitely help you find most suitable one. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. If any of you have any questions, feel free to carry on.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Christabel. You still have 12 minutes left, actually.
Oh,
is there anything to present?
Oh, sorry. Is it 12 minutes for presentation
minutes,
or Q&A?
Yeah. Presentations.
Oh, okay. Well, I can show some videos if you like to. Sorry, because I thought that I'm just trying to rush myself. I thought I'm gonna have
okay.
like.
No need to rush.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. What I can do, I can share some testimonials.
Okay, please.
From Indonesian students. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna share again my screen. Okay. All right. What I can do, I can play this video again because I know that just now probably some of you couldn't hear it properly.
Okay, nice.
Hi everyone, my name is Asha and welcome to the Colchester campus tour. We're starting off firstly here by the lakes. It is the nicest place on campus and it's a great way to study and have a barbecue and chill with your friends. The campus is made up of 5 interlinking squares and we're surrounded by all this incredible parkland, so let's get going. This is the Silbrad Student Center. Let's go inside and check it out. Here you'll be able to come for student information, support, the finance desk, the IT desk, and some study spaces. And now we're in the Creative Studios, which is located at the back of the Silbrad Center. Here's where you come for everything student media. Right next to the Silbrad Center, you'll be able to find the Lakeside Theatre Cafe. Let's go inside. And now let's head down to the Lakeside Theatre. Welcome to the Albert Sloman Library. Here you'll find 6 floors of books, archives, and one of the only 4 paternoster lifts in the UK. So this is our Ivor Crew Lecture Hall. This is where you're going to be coming for your graduation ceremony once you finish your degree. So opposite Ivor Crew, we've got Waterstone. So if you like books like me, you'll be in there all the time. Next door is Art Exchange, our art gallery, which shows some really cool exhibitions. Let's head on to Square 4. Here you'll be able to come to one of our 2 stores to go and grab some bits and bobs. We've got the post office, and there's a lot of places to eat around Square 4, so go and check that out, my favorite stop bar. And this is Square 3. Here you'll find the SE reception, great coffee in the kitchen, lots of places to eat, and below us is the nightclub Sub-Zero. So this is the Lecture Theatre building, also known as the LTB. You'll have quite a few lectures in here, and it's also the home to the SC Zone Cinema. And this is our sports arena. Next door, we have a sports hall with a gym and a climbing wall. And behind these, you'll find our sports pitches and acres of green space. As you can see, we've got some interesting looking architecture all over campus. For example, our carbon neutral business school, our Wivenhoe House Hotel, and the STEM Center. And that's the end of our tour now. Thank you so much for following me around campus, and I can't wait to see you soon.
Okay, so just now was the Colchester campus. Again, probably that you guys didn't hear earlier, but I think it's really nice campus, very beautiful. So you can see that it's a parkland campus. Sorry, I'm just gonna stop sharing again because I do have some videos that I thought it would be really good to share with you guys that, but again, I'm not too sure if I do have the time. But now that we still have some time, so I'm gonna show you guys it's Colchester town, how it looks like. I think a lot of you guys are probably have not, heard about Colchester before, where it's located and stuff. So sorry, I'm just gonna keep doing this because the video is right at the back of this presentation, but I'm just gonna make sure that it's right here. Right, I will go through this alumni later. So basically, we do have some alumni as well from Indonesia. So this is how Colchester town looks like.
I've lived in Colchester since I was born. It's close to London, so you can have that sort of city experience, but you don't need it because there's so much going on here, loads of events, turn every corner and there's something different here. And the people are so nice and so friendly. Colchester is such a fantastic place to come shopping because you've got the big mainstream shops. You've got Williams Griffins and Lion Walk and Culver Square where you can find anything you need. And then you can wander down the little lanes, like Eld Lane, Sir Isaac's Walk, and you can find little unique things you wouldn't expect to find anywhere else. There's just something for everyone here, loads of little hidden gems, hidden secrets.
Colchester is a really important historic centre. We have Colchester Castle, the largest Norman keep in Europe. We have the best preserved and oldest Roman town wall in Britain. We have the best preserved Roman town gateway in Britain. We have the only Roman circus chariot racing track discovered in this country. And we have St Botolph's, dating from the 12th century, ruins of the first Augustinian foundation here in Britain.
What I think makes Colchester unique is that it's such an old historic town with so many nice features, but it's buzzing with youth, and you've got so many entrepreneurial businesses popping up everywhere, and there's a lovely inclusive vibe to Colchester, and it's just a really unique atmosphere. As a foodie myself, there's so many nice new restaurants popping up, new ale houses and kind of trendy bars, and they're all really focused now on local produce, and yeah, the quality of the restaurants are just kind of second to none really.
So there are so many things going on in Colchester. You've got the three big institutions, of course, the First Sight, big huge landmark building, the Mercury Theatre, the big producing rep theatre, and the Arts Centre next door in the converted church. But underpinning that is all sorts of other independent creativity. There's film festival, there's beer festival, there's a comedy festival, and a huge amount of activity that underpins it, the grassroots that kind of serves those big venues.
All right, so that moves on to my last slide. Well, this is one of our Indonesian students. To be honest with you, Essex has not been, in the market a lot for a few years. I think we only started in 2017, started to come to Indonesia and do a bit more activities and information sessions. But today, I think we've got quite a good number of students that, at the end, they are able to create their own society. So this is one of our students called Xion. So Xion is from Indonesia. So this is her campus when she was studying in Indonesia, and now she is in Essex. I think she's studying, if I'm not mistaken, some kind of law and politics. And she is also the current Indonesian country rep and vice president for Indonesian Society. I know that she is very willing as well. If any of you are interested to talk to your peers or alumni or even students, because I think you guys probably can relate better, she can definitely be contacted through email. So you guys can let me know, and I can be liaising between all the students with her. All right. I'm just gonna stop sharing. I'm not too sure if my time is up now.
Okay, you still have 2 minutes left. Or maybe is there anything else to be present?
No, I think that's fine so far.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Christabel, for your presentations. Now we will begin to the Q&A sessions. Okay, so the first questions is there any specific format of personal statement, letter of reference, or resume or CV required to apply in the University of Essex?
If it is for postgraduate, we do need personal statement. We do need CV, just one CV. We do need we do need CV. We do need reference. So reference letter, which is just one reference letter, different from other uni. Some other universities require two. We only need one, and yeah, that's all I think. We do need IELTS as well, yeah, or any TOEFL or any English qualification.
Okay, maybe is there any specific format of personal statement or letter of reference, or maybe you can use the general format that you can find in Google or something like that?
Yeah, you definitely can find. I think the thing about Google nowadays, you can definitely find lots of different templates. And what I always suggest students is to make it very concise. So if you, I think anything about 500 words should be fine. 1.5 page. That's sort of like the rough estimations. And always good to talk to write about who you are, why you like to study, especially why you choose the UK, and what you want to become once you finish your study. I think that's sort of like a brief, a rough, information that you need to put in your personal statement. But definitely you can look at Google's, more and other templates as well.
Okay, so to conclude that there are no specific format of personal statement, letter of reference, or resume or CV, right? Okay.
No, we don't have any rigid sort of like guidelines for that. But I do have to mention that for your reference letter, though, you do need to get a formal reference letter with header, company header, and signature, and also stamp as well. So company stamp or university stamp. That's it.
Okay, thank you for the answer. We move to the second question. Can you describe more about the scholarship that University of Essex provide?
We do have different kind of scholarship. To be very frank, our undergraduate programs will only accept international curriculum at the moment, but we definitely have a partner pathway provider called Kaplan that can help you. So we do have foundation and international year one as well for those of you who come from national curriculum. But if you come from international curriculum like IB and A level, you definitely can do a direct year one with us. That entitles £3,000. And if you are doing, we are open as well for MBA, which is now we offer up to 100% scholarship. So some of the requirement is a bit different, because we require you to have certain background, and you have to pass certain interviews as well, and you have to be at the managerial level at this point.
Okay, thank you, Christabel. Maybe is there any scholarship for Indonesian specifically to the University of Essex?
Yeah, the undergraduate scholarship that I mentioned just now, that is £3,000, but that requires students to come from IB and A-level schools. For those of you who are interested with postgraduate, we do have only for Indonesian residents, meaning if you are not Indonesian but you have been living in Indonesia for some time, you are entitled for that, especially if you graduate from one of the universities in Indonesia. So we require, it's pretty easy. So the GPA that requirement is 3.0 and above, and you are entitled for £4,000 automatic. It's an automatic scholarship. Yeah. Sorry, I think you're muted.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Chrisabel. Next, for the requirement itself, is there any minimum GPA to enter the University of Essex?
You're asking about postgraduate.
About all the level of educations, a minimum score of GPA and minimum score of TOEFL or IELTS to enter the University of Essex.
Okay, for GPA we require high 2.2. Actually 2.2 is fine. Some of the subjects require high 2.2. Some require just a normal 2.2. So that translates to about 2.7, 2.8. I think that's the lowest we can take. And in terms of IELTS, it really, different from one subject to another, but it starts from, if it's undergraduate, we are looking at 6.0. But if you are postgraduate students, we are looking at 6.5 to, I think, 7.5 on certain subjects. Like normally, like, psychology, occupational therapy, nursing, those who require you to have sort of like human relationship context and a bit more like medical background, we do require a bit higher than a normal, other subject like business or computer science, all these sort of things.
Okay, thank you for the answer. We move to the next question is, for the documents required to enter the University of Essex, is there any requirement to do the signature or to be the handwritten in the document itself, or it can be maybe electronic signature or electronic stamp?
Is it for the reference letter?
Yes, maybe for the reference letter and for the personal statement.
Personal statement, I really suggest you not to do handwriting. You definitely need to type it out. But for reference letter, yes, you do need to get a signature and a stamp, company stamp, if it's available. But I know that now, it's pretty hard, especially with the pandemic. It's pretty hard to get that. That's fine. If you find you find any difficulty of providing that to us, what you can do, you can actually give your lecturer or your employer, or those who basically write the recommendation letter for you, give that email address to us and we will be able to contact them.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be handwritten letter of reference, right? So it can
no,
be
I think we require type it like in a formal typing kind of like.
And the signature itself, it could be the electronic signature, or you should handwritten signature.
I think it doesn't matter, as long as at the bottom of the name there is email address that we can contact, just in case we need to do like some cross-checking and stuff.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. The next question is about the accommodations in the University of Essex. How much the range of the student accommodation fare there, or maybe the private accommodation too?
Okay, all the accommodations are guaranteed for international students, as I mentioned, and it starts from really low, actually, £102. That includes all the utilities like Wi-Fi, water, electricity bills, basically everything. And it is walking distance, so you don't have to spend on transport anymore. It can go up to £180, which is very, of course, quite different. £180 is like an apartment unit, so you do have your own kitchen, you do have your own like a studio unit kind of thing, basically. So it is like more expensive, but I think if you're on budget, 102, it should be quite good. Well, I think the only thing that you have to take note that the bathroom is not attached, so it is outside, so it is shared with other student and flatmates. But the good thing is you don't have to clean that on your own. We do have our cleaning service as well that will come and help to clean the common area. So if your bathroom is outside, which means it's a common area, so the cleaners will come and help you clean, so you don't have to take turn with your flatmate in that sense.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So maybe that's the end of our Q&A sessions. Thank you for all the answers. Just a reminder that you all can connect with Miss Christabel with the information given by her before. So before that, for all of you, I have announcements that for all of you who watch the webinar sessions, there will be a picture fair today and tomorrow. You can directly consult with the university representative, and you can ask further about your study plans. Please access it via event.ehef.id. Okay, thank you all, and see you in the next sessions. Bye
Thank
bye.
you.
Thank you for
Bye.
Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is an institutions webinar series. My name is Ogi. I am going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Grady from University of Glasgow. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentation or anything related to the country's higher education, you can submit your questions in YouTube's comment sections anytime throughout the presentations. And now, please welcome Grady from University of Glasgow. You're still muting. Unmute, please, Grady. Okay.
Sorry about that. I was saying hello and welcome, and thank you for the presentation and the introduction. I'll start by sharing my screen with everyone. Let me just... Yeah, can you see it now?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you. Well, yes, my name is Greta Ivana, and that's my email address. So if there are questions, not only at the end of this webinar, but also in the coming weeks and months, or you're thinking about applying to the MSc in Digital Society at the University of Glasgow, then please feel free to contact me at any time, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Right, so I'll start by saying a few things about myself, and then I'll move on to discussing about something about the University of Glasgow and the master's program, which we're offering in digital society. And afterwards, I'd also suggest that we look at a substantive topic just to give you a sense of how we would approach issues related to digitalization within this master's program, and to give you a clearer perspective of the types of approaches and conversations that we would have within the Digital Society MSc. Right, so I'm a lecturer in sociology, and I am the convener of the Digital Society postgraduate program at the University of Glasgow. So this is the capacity in which I'm talking to you today. And before going into a deeper conversation about the university and the master's program, I'd invite you to reflect on how the world has changed and is continuously changing through the advancement of digital technologies. So many aspects of our lives have been reshaped, and that was true in the past 2 or 3 decades. It has become even more important in the last few years, where digital technologies have become more and more embedded in most of our everyday activities, in large scale affairs, but also in our daily lives, in our relations with others, and of course in our work. Now with the conditions of the COVID pandemic, that reliance upon digital means to assist us in continuing our activities has increased even further. And it's just a further testament of how important it is that we acknowledge the changes that are happening, and we try to understand them as best we can. And the University of Glasgow is very aware of these changes and wishes to respond to the societal challenges which are derived and prompted by this transformation. And one of the ways in which it wishes to do that is through the Digital Society MSc. The University of Glasgow is, for those of you who are not aware, is one of the most prestigious universities in Scotland. And it's been a long-term presence in the top 100 best universities worldwide. Actually, this morning we received the news that Times Higher Education has named the University of Glasgow as the University of the Year in the UK, and we're very proud and very happy to receive that news because, as you know, the competition is very strong, and the UK has exceptionally well-established and prestigious universities. So to receive this title, it's very, very honoring for us. The University of Glasgow is also one of the oldest universities in the English-speaking world. It was founded in the 15th century. But besides this very long-standing tradition, our ambition is to combine that tradition and to combine that history with innovative world-class education and scholarship, and especially to focus on subjects which are important to link or to give continuity and to take that tradition forward, but also issues of contemporary relevance. The university now functions or is organized in four main colleges: the College of Arts, the College of Medical and Veterinary and Life Sciences, the College of Engineering, and the College of Social Sciences. The program of digital society is part of the College of Social Sciences. And this is what I'd like to be focusing on. Right, so as I mentioned in the first few sentences, to respond to the challenges of today's world, the University of Glasgow wants to promote this type of cutting-edge curriculum, wants to look at innovation, wants to make sure that our students are well equipped to handle the challenges of the ever-transforming world. We want to give you the skills that will make you competitive within a labor market, but we also want you to think critically and to ask the right types of questions, and to challenge or to interrogate some of the status quo and some of the things that are happening around us, because that's an important part, we feel, of your education, that you come out with this critical thinking, but also with the practical skills. And this is precisely what the Digital Society MSc program is trying to achieve. In order to do that, what we're setting out is to introduce you to the examination of how digital technologies are part of our lives. And in this sense, we will look at different substantive issues, like how digitalization is linked with the self. I'm sure you can all think about some apps which are allowing you to monitor some of your daily activities. You can also think about the ways in which you present yourselves in social media. You can also think about how your profile is sort of compiled and put together using digital technologies by marketing companies or maybe by public institutions. You can also think of yourself in terms of health and how your health profile is constructed and stored digitally. So the entire definition of the self and what the self is becoming reshaped through digitalization. Then we will look at social relations, which of course are also changing so deeply. because of digital affordances and how they're becoming part of our lives. For instance, of course, the easiest example that comes to mind is right now during the pandemic, when so much of our social interactions, of our bonding with other people, of our networks, are just relying on digital communication to be maintained or to be evolved or even to be established. So social relations are strongly shaped by digitalization. And even outside of the context of the pandemic, because mobility is also an important part of our lives, because of living in a globalized world where we don't always spend time in the co-present in the same physical space. Our relations are moving more and more online. And of course, that also has consequences. Those relations are maintained or are formed or they are developed, or even conflicts may occur or relationships may end with the help of digital technology. But there is also an impact. We need to see that those relations have a certain continuity, but they also have they're also reshaped by the fact that we are not in the same space. The experience that we have of talking to other people, of seeing other people, is very much changed by the fact that we're seeing them through a screen and we're talking to them through a microphone. We have to acknowledge that and to question what that does to our relations, how the social fabric of these relationships changes. Then we can also look at the topic of work. I'm sure many of you are aware of the current conversations about how work conditions are changing, but also how jobs are changing, how it is expected that certain sectors of the working life will be very strongly transformed in future years because of the advancement of technology, because of the advancement of robotics. Of course, you will have seen those alarmist headlines saying that robots are taking our jobs. So we might ask ourselves, is there any truth to that? And in which ways is the work that we're doing and the job market and the everyday activities included in a work environment reshaped by digitalization? Is it what's being lost, what's being gained, and what are the consequences of this reshaping? The same can be said about the broader economy. Digitalization is, of course, a huge part of financial markets and markets of any kind. One thing that comes to mind is a work done by a colleague of mine on fisheries and on how rural agriculture is also being reshaped by digitalization and by emerging technologies, just in order for small producers to keep up with the speed of the markets, with the demands of the markets. So again, in the economy, that's very present as well. We can look at health, security, and a variety of other areas of social reality where digitalization is having a strong impact. So this is what we plan to do throughout the course of the Digital Society MSc. Then we'd also like to familiarize you with current debates informed by sociological theory and by methodology, because when we ask ourselves this question about what happens with social relations, what happens to work, what happens to the economy, we want to do so in a way that's very grounded in existing debates. We want to have a sound theoretical knowledge on which these conversations are built. And we also look at methodology because research needs to have a certain accuracy, a certain reliability, which can only be achieved through a systematic methodology. we will also encourage interdisciplinary approaches and just emphasize the importance of you grasping the deepening influence of digital technologies on society in general. Right, so this is a 1-year taught postgraduate program. It can be taken full-time or part-time. There will be an understanding, an emphasis on sociological understanding of digital technologies. So while I mentioned that we will have interdisciplinary inputs, it's the sociological questions and the sociological perspectives that are very much at the center of what we do. There will be a mix of theoretical and methodological knowledge, which I already said a few words about in the previous slides. Maybe I'll just add here that this methodological knowledge is important on the one hand for you to get a systematic insight into digitalization, but also to learn to work with methods which are relying on data which is gathered digitally. So that will include looking at how we might make sense of big data, but also how we might work with, for instance, with social media analysis in a qualitative way. How would we engage with digital ethnographies? So these are just some of the areas that will be covered in the methodological trainings. And again, what we really want to emphasize is the mix of critical thinking and the practical skills. And in order to do that, we're also proposing a living lab, which is actually an opportunity for you to go outside of the classroom, to get immersed into the social realities around us, where digitalization is a strong component. And those are not hard to find because digitalization is becoming a strong component in most parts of our lives. So then you will get a chance to put that critical thinking and those practical skills to good use within the Living Lab. We're also offering 2 full tuition waiver scholarships. And this is supported by the University of Glasgow. And again, it shows the commitment of the university to encourage us to think about the ways in which society is transforming and to take up the most current and forward-thinking challenges in our work as scholars, as teachers, but also as students and as future makers. When graduating from the Digital Society MSc, we would expect that you already have a certain knowledge and certain expertise that would allow you to inform policy debates around digital transformation, around some of the benefits, around some of the risks and challenges, because there is, of course, in some areas of society, there is also an enchantment with digital technologies and a tendency to adopt it uncritically. And this is where your type of knowledge would allow you to step in and to inform policy debates, where you also acknowledge the challenges and you also recognize the dangers of maybe adopting a certain technology too soon or not being fully aware of what it entails. You may also work in non-technical project management in the IT sector, but also in other industries. Again, public administration, commerce, tourism, since these are areas where the reliance on digital tools has become so strong, the type of expertise and knowledge that you would bring would be very valued. In NGOs and community building, especially when there is an element of technological mediation, and of course, community building these days must have that element of technological mediation. Digital marketing and advertising are areas where you'd be well placed to work after graduating from this program, and digital media offices. Right. Having said that, I'd like us to move to one more substantive topic, just to give you a sense of how the conversations would go within the program and the types of questions that we'd ask. And what I'm proposing that we look at is predictive algorithms. An important way in which digital technologies are embedded in our lives is through algorithms, as I'm sure you've noticed. And algorithms and machine learning, AI, are already, not everyone, but everywhere around us. You can think of self-driving cars, which are maybe not very common, but are clearly a direction in which society is moving. So then we can look at ethics or responsibility with self-driving driving cars. How do they learn to avoid obstacles? What if one fails and injures someone? Where does responsibility lay? And what is the role of the algorithm there? Is it people who built it? Is there also a reliance on the driver? Is the responsibility shared between the algorithm and the driver? And how can we ethically assess that responsibility of the algorithm? These are just some questions which can be raised in that context. Facial recognition. This is already a lot more common and currently occurring than the self-driving cars. Criminal risk prediction. Can we use algorithms to predict when, for instance, when the next terrorist attack will happen and where it would happen, and what are the neighborhoods which are most exposed, and so on and so forth. Marketing and consumption is another area that's highly reliant on predictive algorithms to look at future sales, to look at the success of certain campaigns or certain product launches. Again, we would rely on algorithms. Self-monitoring devices. If you go out, you might have that application on your phone that tells you how many steps you've walked today, and you check that, and that's a way for you to self-monitor. So this is the type of thing that we have in mind when we talk about self-monitoring devices. Social media, of course, is part of that as well. So then, how can we study algorithms from a social science perspective? What kind of questions can we ask? And what kind of insight could the social scientist bring into these topics? Because these are areas of life that we commonly expect that data scientists can contribute to, or engineers or statisticians and mathematicians can say something relevant. What about social scientists? What could we contribute to these? This is just an illustration of how present algorithms are in most aspects of human activities. So just to continue on that note about what social scientists can do, I'd like us to ask ourselves, besides technological advancements, which is enabling the development of these of machine learning and of AI, what do we as a society? Why do we as a society go in this direction? Why do we want algorithms? That's an interest, or why do we want this type of technological advancement? Why have we ended up with machine learning and with AI? Why is this a direction for us? Is it to reduce uncertainty about the future? To improve social order? To eliminate human judgment and to make sure that we bring calculation and objectivity into what we do? Is it efficiency? And then if either or all of these are part of our ideals and of our reasoning about why we have come to rely on machine learning and on AI, then how did we as society develop these ideals? And why, for instance, do we think that it's better to, or it's more desirable to be objective than to be subjective? Why is it that we value calculation over human judgment? Or why do we need this increased predictability and reduced risk? These are very sociological questions to ask around AI, and they're key to understanding why and how algorithms come to life. And of course, we don't necessarily have to look at this in terms of causes. We can also look at it in terms of consequences. How does the fact that we find ourselves in this position and that we do work with machine learning today and that we are relying on AI, how does that change our societies? How does that affect where we are and what we do? For instance, think about the COVID pandemic. How would it be different, and how would the policy measures and the confinement measures have changed if there was no AI and if there was no reliance on predictive algorithms in our thinking? That's just to show how this effect is very strong and very palpable, and it is reshaping our lives. So one idea I'd like to leave you with is that digitalization is not only technological, but it's equally social. And just as a last slide, to highlight how sociology can contribute. For instance, there are different approaches, according to Lee and Björklund Larsen, about how we can study predictive algorithms sociologically. We can look at the politics of algorithms. I'm sure you've heard of conversations around the biases that are built into algorithms, about how algorithms can be racist. And this is an element of politics of algorithms. We're looking at what's actually built inside them and how the algorithms themselves work and what type of knowledge they produce. We can also look not within the algorithm, but we can also look at the algorithm as a finished artifact, and then just look at how it gets adopted and what people do with it and how it becomes part of an organization, for instance. Or we can look at relations. How does the knowledge produced by the algorithm come together with the knowledge and the practices of people who use it, and what's the finished product there? We can also look at lives around algorithms. How do people's lives change because or by virtue of the fact that algorithms are maybe profiling them? How does one's life change if they're seen as being at high risk of becoming a criminal? So this is a more durable perspective than just looking at practice or at the relation between the knowledge of the algorithm and the person using it. This is more of a longitudinal approach. And these are some ways in which we can think of algorithms sociologically, and it's also an illustration of how we can think of digital change from a social science perspective. And with that, I want to thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grady, for your presentations. Now maybe we will begin the Q&A session. And first question is, I'm planning to apply one of the Erasmus Master's major, and UFG is the coordinating uni. Should I write my CV in the UK format or the Europass one, since the consortium consists mainly in European uni except for UFG? Thank you.
in these cases, what I would recommend is that you focus on the type of requirements that are asked of you for your scholarship or for your funder, because this is where it's usually stricter. For your master's application, there is no such strict rules, so we'd be happy to receive it in the same format that the funder wants it.
Okay, so no specific format, UK or Europass is fine, right?
Yes, from the perspective of the master's program. From the perspective of the funder, it can be different.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. The next question is there any fully funded scholarship in U of G, exclude or but Erasmus Mundus? Because she's applied for local program through U of G before.
Yes, within our program, we have two full scholarships, and these will be awarded competitively. So you can find the information about the scholarships on the website. So if you just Google Digital Society Glasgow, that will take you to the website of the program. And within there, you can find information about the two scholarships which are specific to this program. So it's only if you apply to this program that you can be considered for the scholarships. And there you also find the criteria by which you are eligible and by which you might be able to be awarded one of these two full scholarships. On the same page, you will also find other funding opportunities within the University of Glasgow. And those are not only related to this MSc program, but they're more general for people who are applying to study a postgraduate program in Glasgow. And there again, for each of them, you will find the criteria on the website.
Okay, thank you for the answer. We move to the next question. Does this program, MSc Digital Society, also talk about big data, Python, R, or data science related? Thank you.
It does, but again, it does so mostly from a social science perspective. So our approach is that we want our students to be familiar with big data, to understand how it is produced, and then to understand how maybe how to work with it to a certain extent, and how to analyze it from a social science perspective. This means that we will have a mix of looking at big data and looking at more in-depth and qualitative data. And it's according to the students' needs and wishes, that if, for instance, at the end of the year, you will have a dissertation or a practical project. If you're interested in working with big data or practicing that more before you go into the labor market, this is an opportunity for you to start working or to choose research design to work with big data in that project. If, on the other hand, you don't really want to go into that area and you want to focus on more qualitative approaches, and you want to do a digital ethnography, for instance, or you want to work with visual analysis of photographic material, then you can choose a project to match that interest. So we really encourage this sort of open and independent approach for students to choose their own interests.
Okay, thank you for the answer. We move to the next question. Is there any application fee for prospective students who want to pursue their master programs in UFG? And the second question is the living cost in Glasgow more affordable than the other cities in Scotland? Thank you.
The living costs, I'll start with the second one. The living cost, it depends of the other terms of the comparison. The living cost in Glasgow is lower than in Edinburgh. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's lower than Stirling or Aberdeen, but it wouldn't be higher either. So I would say that it's mostly on equal terms, except for Edinburgh, which is higher. And the other question was about a fee. No, there is no fee as far as I know. You might want to check the website, but I don't think there's a fee for applying now.
Okay, so still we're back to the living cost. How much the average living cost in the University of Glasgow?
But it's very difficult to give a number because it depends very much on the lifestyle of each person. So yeah, you would have to. I'm sure you can find information online about rent and about the cost of different items or different activities that you're interested in having as part of your life, and then you can calculate that. So there is quite a lot of variation depending on the lifestyle.
Okay, thank you. We move to next questions is how about the minimum score of TOEFL or IELTS and the minimum GPA to enter the University of Glasgow, specifically for maybe the undergraduate, master, and PhD?
Yes, again, this information is on the website. But what I would say about the minimum scores is that there is a certain flexibility there, and that flexibility is given by one's profile. So if your score is maybe slightly lower than the threshold, but at the same time you have a very good background in the social sciences, and you have already have an undergraduate where you have looked particularly at technological transformation of social life, then you're a very suitable candidate. And if, for instance, that score is has been affected by a discipline which is where you haven't done so well, but that's not extremely central or relevant for studying in this program, then we can overlook that, and you might be able to get in.
Okay, the next question is, what is the most favorite courses in University of Glasgow right now?
Can you please repeat that?
What is the most favorite course in University in Glasgow right now?
Well, it's a very broad question because we offer a huge array of courses right now across the university, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay, thank you. So the next, maybe the last question is, how about the teaching method that University of Glasgow employed for right now during the pandemics?
What we are currently doing is we're working entirely at a distance. So teaching is done online and remotely this semester and the next semester. For next year, of course, there are still questions around how the pandemic is going to evolve and whether the vaccine will be widely available, and that will affect what we do. But our approach has been that if we are studying or if our teaching and learning is happening mostly online, then what we do is a mix of recordings and live sessions. The recording students are finding very useful because that gives them flexibility to attend different courses, or at the same time if they want to take a part-time job. So there's a flexibility in schedule. Even those who are not working have appreciated them because they can always go back to what the lecturer has said and check the information again, and it helps with the studying. But those are relatively limited in time because we know it's difficult to keep the focus on one person speaking for so long. And then the other part of it is live seminars and live tutorials, which with small groups, with breakout rooms, to make sure that students also get a sense of community and that they also get this interactive teaching and learning that's similar to studying in a classroom. But having said that, we hope to be able to go back to the physical classroom as soon as possible. And next year, in the first semester, if possible, or if it's blended in the first semester, then hopefully it's face-to-face entirely in the second semester at least.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of our Q&A session, Grady. So just reminder, you can connect with Miss Grady through the information given by Miss Grady before. So I have an announcement that for all of you who watch the webinar session today, there will be a virtual fair today and tomorrow. You can consult directly with the university representative and ask further about your study plans. Please access it via event.ehef.id. Okay, thank you and see you in our next sessions. Bye-bye. Thank you, Grady. Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is an institution webinar series. My name is Ogi. I am going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by Joanne from University of Nottingham. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentations or anything related to the country's higher educations, you can submit your questions in YouTube's comment section anytime throughout the presentations. And now, please welcome Joanne from University of Nottingham.
Hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Joanne. So I'm just going to share a bit about share with you a bit about the University of Nottingham, and later on we can move on to the Q&A. So just let me share. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Okay, so we'll start off now. Maybe I'll just show you a video first to introduce the University of Nottingham.
Welcome back to the explorers, to the ones who don't take orders, the ones who walk the corridors that Einstein did before us, to the thinkers and the writers and the doers and the fighters. This chapter of your story feels far from ordinary. So take the script and shape it, the ending's what you make it. And we'll do what we've done since 1881, from a chemist with a dream through an MRI machine, to cutting-edge robotics, poets, and aeronautics. It's time we pull together. Our world needs us more than ever. This is no ivory tower. We'll keep speaking truth to power. Whatever comes toward us, we're the university without borders. Side by side with our community, our city will rise in unity. We'll be helping with the fight. We'll be working through the night. And we will social distance because the path of least resistance is not the route we chose. That's not the way this goes. We will not let this outrun us. There is so much strength in numbers. We will get up once again because we are UON. And when it is back down and you're dressed in cap and gown being cheered on by that crowd, just know that we were proud from the moment that you arrived and every minute that you thrived. Because when others delayed it, you played it and made it. And the future's yours, so take it. Extraordinary is what you make it.
Okay, so welcome to our session and thank you very much for taking time to actually join this webinar. So University of Nottingham is actually located, of course, in the UK. So now I'll just share a bit like why do you want to choose to study in the UK or why study in the UK? Right. So British universities actually combine centuries of academic tradition and excellence with world-leading research and innovation. So British universities generally, we focus a lot on research as well as teaching as well. So the UK government's quality checks on university ensure very high standards of teaching as well as research. So universities not only do research, but we also make sure that we actually maintain high quality in our teaching standards. And of course, British degrees is recognized by universities and employers worldwide. So studying overseas, studying in the UK, you will actually be encouraged to think independently and to develop your critical thinking skills, creative skills, and problem-solving skills. Now, studying outside your home country will also help you to develop your personal confidence as well as global outlook. So this will actually add, it's a great addition to your portfolio or rather your resume. And UK is actually very multicultural. So the multicultural society actually helps you to feel at home, relax, and you have a lot of opportunities to explore other cultures and create networks internationally. So why choose University of Nottingham? So this is some of our achievements so far. So we are currently ranked top 100 in the world, and we are part of the prestigious Russell Group universities. And we have been given gold standard teaching by the UK government in the latest Teaching Excellence Framework. We are also ranked number 8 in the UK for research and top 25 universities in the UK. So at the moment, we have about close to 48,000 students across our campuses in UK and Asia. And on UK alone, we have close to about 35,000 students. And so far, we have had more than 280,000 graduates and alumni. So we work with a lot of universities worldwide. We have about 75 teaching partnerships with universities globally. Including Indonesia, we work with BINUS University in Indonesia, and we also have many study abroad and exchange agreements with more than 300 universities in about 40 plus countries. So I wouldn't go too much into our history, just briefly to let you know that we started as a university college since 1881, and then after that we moved on to become University of Nottingham since 1948. And then we had our overseas campuses starting from year 2000 in Malaysia and then 2006 in China. So we offer a wide range of programs from arts to engineering, medicine and health sciences, science and social sciences. So if you're interested in programs like languages, culture, English, humanity, classics, music, theology, then we have this range of programs available under the Faculty of Arts. And under the Faculty of Engineering, we actually offer the full range of engineering programs from aerospace to architecture, chemical, civil, electrical, and mechanical. And for those of you who are interested in programs like nursing, midwifery, physiotherapy, we also offer this under the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, as well as some of the life sciences programs such as biochemistry, biology, genetics, and so on. So under the Faculty of Science, we have programs such as computer science, psychology, physics, pharmacy, mathematical science, chemistry, and etc. So for programs such as business, economics, international relations, social policy, geography, they are all under the Faculty of Social Sciences. Okay. Now, for any of you who are actually studying in high school in Indonesia, SMR class 12, if you've completed your high school, you will be able to join the university, but you have to go through a foundation route. So we also offer 1-year foundation program for international students, and you will need to apply through our pathway provider, which is Kaplan International. So for students who have So yeah, these are some of the foundation programs that we offer. And for students who have completed A-levels, IB diploma, you'll be able to join the undergraduate or S1 program directly. And these are some of the typical entry requirements. So moving on, we also definitely offer postgraduate programs, master's programs, PhD programs available. So what we need from you would be to complete your S1 program in Indonesia to join a master's program at University of Nottingham. Or if you would like to join PhD program, then you will have to complete your master's program locally first, right? So do check with us on the requirements, as all programs will have different entry requirements. Now for PhD or postgraduate research program, in most cases, you will need to have a research proposal ready to tell us what you want to research on, how do you plan to do your research, and what are the outcomes of the research that you are looking for. And then you need to identify a supervisor before actually applying, and you have to contact them before applying to discuss your research area. Now, for English, we accept various English qualifications, including IELTS, TOEFL, IBT, Pearson. And for students who have studied O-levels, IGCSE, as well as IB, International Baccalaureate, we also accept these qualifications. General requirements will range from about 6.0 to 7.5 or equivalent, depending on the level of study that you're applying for, the program you are applying for. So launching your career is important because you are completing your studies and you are going out into the work industry. Now we have a full-fledged career office that will be able to support students, and University of Nottingham graduates are actually ranked top 10 in the UK for employability, and worldwide we are ranked top 70. So our careers and employability services provides dedicated support for students as well as alumni. We have services such as careers counseling. We organize career fairs, skill workshops, events, and other resources. So internship and placement are also available. If let's say you need help to search for an internship or search for a placement, you can approach our careers office and they will be able to help you anytime, okay? So we also have Nottingham Advantage Award, which is a career development program that offers a range of about 130 modules that will be able to enhance your employability. So after you graduate, this is something that only University of Nottingham offers in the whole of UK. As a Nottingham graduate, once you have completed your studies as an alumni, you can continue to use our careers and employability services to plan your next career move. So for example, if you've been working for about like 5-10 years and you feel that, oh, I need a change in career, I don't know who to approach, I don't know where to go to, no worries, you can still approach our careers officers, because as a Nottingham alumni, we will continue to serve you, provide you the services. So this is a lifetime service that you will enjoy throughout your working life, okay? So we have 3 campuses in the UK. University Park campus is our main campus. It's about 300 acres of parkland, and we have been winner of the Green Flag Award every year since 2013. So this is the bird eye view of the whole University Park campus. If you take a walk around the campus, you will probably take like about, say, 1.5 to 2 hours, depending on how fast you walk. And we also have on-campus accommodation available for undergraduate students. Postgraduate students, you'll be able to stay around the campus at our off-campus accommodation. So Jubilee campus is next to University Park campus. So they are home to business school, computer science, and pre-sessional English. The rest of the programs are based at University Park campuses, except for business, computer science, education, pre-sessional English, and other biosciences program. So it's a bit smaller than University Park. If you walk the whole campus, it's probably going to take you about 30 to 40 minutes. And of course, Sutton Bonington campus, which is about 30 minutes away from the city center. So it's home to all the biosciences, veterinary, medicine, and science programs. Okay. So it's located at the countryside because most of the biosciences program or the other science program, they need the land area for students to be able to conduct their experiment. Now, facilities on all campuses. So all our campuses has facilities such as library, cafe, shops. All these are easily accessible on campus. We also have, as I mentioned earlier, residence and accommodation sites. Between these campuses, there will be free hopper buses to move you around. So all you need to do is just go on the bus, tap your student ID. They are all free of charge. You don't have to pay for any hopper buses fees. So there will be public transport linked to Nottingham City Centre as well and nearby area. So the public buses actually comes into campus. So this is just to let you know that we have a campus in China and Malaysia. And do visit our website. You will be able to have a 360-degree virtual tour of the full campus. Moving on to accommodation. So we do guarantee accommodation for international students as long as you apply before the accommodation guarantee deadline. So you can stay up to the full duration of your studies for both undergraduate and postgraduate students. So some of the options are catered halls for on-campus accommodation, which is only for undergraduate students, and all the off-campus accommodation for postgraduate or some undergraduate students will be self-catered, meaning you have the flexibility to prepare your own meals. So there are some students who also go for private accommodation. You are also welcome to do so if you have known of any senior that will be leaving the university and they have a room to rent. So you can go for private accommodation as well. So it's really up to you what you want and what is the comfort zone that you are in. So facilities that we provide in the accommodation, it vary, but typically it will of course include your own bedroom and study area, and also general furniture such as bed, desk, chair, wardrobe, bookshelf, and for internet access, Wi-Fi is available and accessible throughout the whole campus. So if you have taken a single room without a ensuite bathroom, then you can choose whether you want to go for the to share the communal bathroom. And most of the rooms are actually single room, and off-campus accommodation will have cooking facilities. So student life. When you're studying in university, actually your student life or the clubs and societies network are actually very important. So we do encourage you to join as many clubs and societies as you can. So our student union hosts over 300 clubs and societies, and the unique thing about this that all of these are student run, and there are actually more than 70 sports clubs. So it covers a very wide range from music to dance to chess, fashion, travel. For Harry Potter fans, there is also a Kiddish club, and even a cake society for those who are interested or who loves to eat cake. So there are also many international cultural and faith societies. So the student union offers volunteering opportunities and a student advice service as well. So for students coming from various different faith background, our chaplaincy also offers various different faith support. So moving on will be sports facilities. So University of Nottingham is actually top 5 in the Bucks League, British University and College Sports League almost every year. But at the moment, of course, due to the current pandemic, sports activities are suspended. So we have our David Ross Sports Village that comes complete with these facilities, not limited to, but including these and many other facilities available. So for those of you who don't know, Nottingham is actually located in the middle of England, in the Midlands towards the east. That's why we are under the East Midlands region, right in the heart, right in the center. So from this map, you can see that we are about 2 hours away from London, which is down south. And also Manchester is not far from us, about 2 hours away. So the closest city to us is actually Birmingham. It's only about 90 minutes away by car or by bus. So a lot of students will choose to, when they come to Nottingham, they will choose to fly in through London, mainly because there are many flight options available. You can also choose to fly in through other cities depending on the flight availability and the flight times available. Okay, so city life. So Nottingham City is a very vibrant city. It's a very student-oriented city. It's known to be the city that has the most student, the largest student population, because there are 2 big universities, University of Nottingham and Nottingham Trent University. So it's not as fast-paced as London. As a student, what you need as a student is easily available, from food, shopping to culture, history, entertainment, everything is available. You don't have to really go to like other cities to get it. And people there are very courteous. We say sorry and thank you a lot. So you'll find that you are in a very sort of like very courteous, and everyone are very well-mannered in Nottingham. Yeah. And I think I will show you a video about our campus, and you can have a look how University Park campus looks like.
When I walk around campus, I feel eternally grateful that I have the opportunity to study at such a high caliber university.
I really liked how open the space was compared to London.
The feeling of being in that history and that culture was very warm and inviting. I felt at home straight away.
That clock tower was absolutely stunning the first time I laid eyes on it because it's so different from how you see it in photographs. There's walking paths everywhere.
You notice how friendly people are. Even if they don't know you, they say, oh, hello, good morning. And you get used to like adopting that subculture as well.
Millennium Gardens is a beautiful place. You can just hear like rabbits or wildlife in the background and people are walking across.
You're surrounded by people, but you feel like you're in your own space at the same time. And you just feel at peace.
When I think of the concept of a good time, I think about Mooch. It has the capacity to bring you closer to your friends and give you memories that you don't forget.
When I came to an open day, I realized that these were my people. These were the people that I wanted to be around. They were academic, but they were sporty, they were bubbly, and they were having fun. Yet at the same time, they were focused on the academics. And that's why I felt at the University of Nottingham. I felt at home.
It's got everything that I could have possibly needed, and it's given me some of the best memories that I will cherish for the rest of my life.
So, yep, I have come to an end of my presentation. Thank you very much for staying with us. I think we can open the time now for Q&A.
Okay, thank you, Joanne, for the presentations. Now we will begin the Q&A sessions. The first question is, how many students will be accepted maybe for the master degree in 2020, if you have data, especially in business school?
For 2020,
2021, sorry.
2021. Okay, we don't actually have the data yet on the quota of students, but most of our programs in the business school has, as in like more than, I would say 80% of the programs are starting in January this year, next year. And the for 2021 academic year is all going to be starting on September at the moment. Yeah. So usually for every program, we probably have like about, say, 50 to 80 students in each program, each of the master's PGT business program. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. We move to the next question is, are there any fully funded scholarships for postgraduate programs? And the second is it possible that the postgraduate midwifery program can be opened again? Because this year the program was closed due to the pandemic.
From the university, we don't have any fully funded opportunities, unfortunately. And for the midwifery program, I guess it really depends on how many students or whether the school is able to cope. As of now, we have not had any news that they will be opening, but do stay tuned and check with us again. Hopefully, we will be able to open the program in 2021 when the school decides to do so. Yeah.
Okay, the next question is, except the September intake, is there any intake in another month in the next 2021 postgraduate program in University of Nottingham?
No, at the moment, all this while, we actually only have one intake, which is September every year. So only this year is a bit different because of the current situation that we are in. So we only move the business programs to January, while moving to next year, 2021, all of the programs will start in September again.
Okay, thank you. We move to the next questions. Since the A-level result will be available next year, what documents should I prepare for this year bachelor submissions?
Okay, so for undergraduate students, usually when you apply, especially for like A-level or IB students, what you need to submit would be your AS level results if you have them, or if not, your mock exam results from the school or the trial results that the school has given to you. So you apply with these results, and if let's say we are able to accept you, or if we are able to, we have assess your application and are able to accept you, then we will issue you a conditional offer pending your final A-level results, which will have to meet the final grades.
Okay, thank you. We move to the next question. There is in the three parts of questions. So the first is, can you do the part-time during the study in the University of Nottingham? And the second is, what type of part-time that you can do in Nottingham? And the third is, can you fulfill your living allowance, living cost with the part-time allowance in the Nottingham?
Okay, so firstly, you will not, since it's called part-time, okay, so yes, students can work part-time. You can work up to 20 hours per week during your term time, as per the regulation stated on your visa. In terms of whether or not they are able to support you for the whole month, no, it can't, because it's a part-time job. Okay, so you are there to study. So before you go to study, you need to actually show proof that you have enough funds that you are able to support your whole year of study or 3 years of study there. So you need to show proof of living expenses and the tuition fee fund in your account. And in terms of what type of jobs, usually most of the students, they either work on campus as a student helper, or some of them will also work at fast food chains like Subway or McDonald's, or some even at other retail shops.
Okay, thank you. So we move to the next question is, how about this current situation, the teaching method in current situations and pandemic situations? Is it full online or hybrid or maybe a face-to-face?
Okay, for this year, the teaching method will be actually blended, which is a combination of face-to-face as well as online. So whenever possible for small group teaching, such as tutorial, workshop, seminars, we will do it face-to-face. For large lectures, definitely it will have to be done online. So at the moment, during this current new lockdown situation, all the classes has been moved online. So we are looking forward to have blended learning again when the lockdown eases.
Okay, thank you. So we move to the new question here. So how about the culture shock there? That maybe the university students from Indonesia that will face in Nottingham.
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
The culture shock, or maybe the biggest challenge there for Indonesian student studying in University of Nottingham.
Okay, I think probably the biggest challenge is like food, because Indonesian food has so much of flavor, so much of different cooking style. And when you go over to the UK, the main staple, or rather the food that we eat a lot, is like fish and chips or burgers or sandwich. So that's probably like the biggest or the most challenging thing, you know. And also because we live in a tropical country similar to Malaysia, Singapore, where we only have one type of weather 365 days throughout the year. Whereas in the UK, about 70% of the time is gloomy, and it's cold, and it's wet. So that might be one of the challenges as well. But what we actually always advise students to do is, when you reach, or even before you arrive at the university, do get in touch with the Indonesian Society of the university, because they will help you to get settled down. They will help you to, if you have anything that you are not sure of, they will help you to try to help you get yourself acquainted. Like, for example, if you're not sure where to get groceries and stuff like that, they might have their secret place or their favorite place that they will be able to share with you. So we do encourage our Indonesian students to get in touch with or join our Indonesian Society.
Of course. Thank you for the answer. So the next question is, how about the student advisor for the student that maybe still confused to choose what is the best program for them? And how about the student advisor for a new student there if they already get accepted in the University of Nottingham?
Sorry, you mean if they have been accepted into a program
So the
and
first is before registrations, so they still confused about the program that they want to choose in University of Nottingham. So is there any student advisor there? And the second is after they are accepted in University of Nottingham, maybe there is a student advisor there that maybe overcome um, the big challenge that they have had in University of Nottingham.
Okay, so of course, before you apply to the university, if you have any, like if you're not sure what kind of programs that we offer, what kind of programs that is available, you can speak to me. I'm in charge of the what's that called? I'm in charge of Indonesian market. I deal with a lot of Indonesian students. So I will help students in terms of like identifying the right program for them. But then very important is you also need to know what do you want to study. At least, you know, you tell us that, oh, I want to study something in science or engineering, but I'm not sure which program. Then we'll be able to help you to sort of like pull down your list or narrow down your options. But if you you come and say that, oh, I don't know what I want to study, but you don't even know like whether you want science or arts, that's a bit difficult. Okay, so that's the pre-application part. So pre-application, you speak to me, you speak to us, we will be able to help you. We are from the international student recruitment team. Now, after you have applied or after you have arrived at the university during your program, if you have any issues with your studies, your coursework, that each student will be assigned a personal tutor that will be able to help them academically, or if they are feeling stressed, like they can't cope with the timetable, or if they can't cope with the whole studying and living in UK thing, they can also speak to the personal tutor. So every student will be assigned a personal tutor that will be able to help them.
Okay, thank you. For the next question is, this is about the postgraduate. The first is, do you need any letter of reference from the company to be one of the entry requirements? And the second is, do you need two or maybe just one letter of reference from the university to enter the University of Nottingham?
Okay, so for postgraduate application, master's and PhD, we need actually two reference. So actually they need to be academic reference, but we understand that sometimes students has already left university or study for a long time. So in that two reference, one of them can be a professional reference from the current company that you're working with, but the other one still has to be an academic reference. So you will still have to approach your ex-lecturers or ex-academics to write you a reference letter. So that's for postgraduate application.
Okay, so to conclude that you have to have one academic letter of reference and then one professional letter of reference, right?
Yeah, we can accept one academic and one professional.
Okay, thank you. For the next question is maybe specifically for PhD. Do you need to submit the research proposal before register yourself in the University of Nottingham?
Yes, so for PhD, generally how it works is that students will need to have their research proposal ready, and before you can submit an application, you actually need to look through our website and read through the supervisor's research background, see which of them is actually closest and has the nearest research area to you. You drop them an email. So you have to contact them first and check if they are willing to supervise you. If you have agreement from the supervisor, then you can submit your application.
Okay, thank you. Back to the bachelor requirement. So is the students from the international curriculum, A level or IB, can register this themselves with the prediction score before the actual score, maybe the result?
Okay, so for students coming from Indonesian high school, like class SMA 12 or we call it Ujahe Nasional, right? So for students coming from the national curriculum, you actually have to do the foundation program first. So for foundation program, the earliest intake is actually in September. They start in September and January. So you don't have to use your mock exam results to apply, because by May or June, you would already have your final results. So once you join the foundation program in September, you will study all the way until June the following year, and then you will have a summer break, and then September, you will join the university.
Okay, thank you. This is about the accommodations. The new question is how to choose a good accommodations for students that are going to living there, and how much the accommodation costs may be nearby the University of Nottingham itself.
Okay, so for
UK.
Okay, for accommodation, we, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, we do offer accommodation, and we actually can guarantee accommodation for international students as long as you apply before the guarantee deadline. So how the guarantee works is that we will definitely provide you a room, but of course, the room choices or your room preference will be on a first come, first serve basis. Okay, so if let's say the room types that you have chosen is not available, we will offer you another alternative. Yeah, and for postgraduate students, you can choose off-campus accommodation, because unfortunately on-campus is only for undergraduate students. So off-campus are for postgraduate students, and generally the rental will be between 110 to 250 pounds per week. So depending on the room types that you choose, whether it's closer to the university or it's further from the university, so each provider will have a different choice. And for living expenses in Nottingham, it's 1015 pounds per month. This includes your accommodation, your food, your transportation, and some miscellaneous expenses. Okay.
Okay. So there is another question coming in. Is there any deposit requirement if you're being accepted in Nottingham University?
To accept any programs apart from business programs, we don't need a deposit for you to accept the offer, but we will need a deposit when we process for the CAS, the visa. Okay, so there is a CAS deposit for all programs, but there is a tuition fee deposit for only business school programs.
Maybe you can tell us how much the range.
Okay, sorry. So the CAS deposit will be £2,000, and then business school tuition fee deposit will be £2,000.
So maybe this is the last question, is
Sure.
how much the minimum score of the TOEFL or IELTS to get in to the University of Nottingham? Can you enter the University of Nottingham with lower score than the stated on the website?
No, unfortunately. So if let's say the program asks for a 6.5, you need to have a 6.5. If let's say you have an IELTS 6.0, you're missing by maybe 0.5 points, you can opt for our pre-sessional English. But to be eligible for the pre-sessional English, you still need to have an IELTS score and missing by a minimum of 0.5 to 1 point or 1.5. So because how our pre-sessional English works is that we have pre-sessional English classes ranging from 5 weeks, 10 weeks, 20 weeks, 30 weeks to 40 weeks. And this will depend on how far is your range of IELTS score to the required IELTS score that we have. So to answer your questions, if you don't have the IELTS requirement, no, we'll not be able to accept you. But the alternative that you can do is join our pre-sessional English programs.
Okay, thank you very much for good information from Joanne. So that's the end of our Q&A sessions today. Just a reminder that you can connect with Joanne through the information given by her earlier. So I just want to announce again that for all of you who already watched the webinar today, there will be a virtual fair today and tomorrow. You can consult directly with the university representative and ask further about your study plans. Please access it via event.ehef.id. So thank you, John from University of Nottingham, and see you in the
Thank
next
you.
session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, welcome to EHEF Indonesia 2020 Goes Online. This is an institutions webinar series. My name is Ogi. I'm going to be moderating this webinar. This webinar is going to be presented by University of York. Please stay tuned until the end of the webinar because we will hold a Q&A session. If you have any questions about the presentations or anything related to the country's higher education, you can submit your questions in YouTube's comment sections anytime throughout the presentations. And now, please welcome from the University of York, Ms. or Mrs. Vicky.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining our presentation today. So I'm just going to share my screen with you so we can begin the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay, so hello and welcome and thank you for joining us today. This presentation is going to be about the University of York, and I'm going to cover a little bit about all of the things the University of York can offer you, what we're looking for students for joining you, and sort of everything we can offer to enhance your experience of studying in the UK and at the university. So the University of York is a member of the Russell Group. The Russell Group is 24 leading UK institutions that deliver world-class research and education. So what that means is we're a high quality institution offering dynamic and research intensive studying. So the University of York itself is a campus-based university, and it's within walking distance of the historic city centre of York, which is in the north of the UK, about 2 hours from London, 20 minutes from Leeds, and an hour and a half from Manchester. We're a medium-sized institution for the UK with around 18,000 students, and they come from over 160 different countries. One of the features of being a Russell Group university is our high rankings. So we're in the world top 150 for both the QS and the Times Higher Education, and also really highly ranked in the UK as well. We also invest heavily in our campus, and this is everything from our teaching facilities, our library, our student accommodation, our student services. So it really does ensure that you get a good quality campus when you come to join us in the UK. But as I said, we do offer you a lot of things on top of your degree at the University of York. So the support that you will receive is really, really important. And that's not just when you arrive on campus, but before you arrive, while you're here, and after you finish studying with us as well. So as part of the National Student Survey, the NSS, we were ranked first for academic support in the Russell Group. So it means the quality of support you receive from your academic supervisors, study skills support, and welfare support is all sort of really good quality at the university. We also have some scholarships available for students, and we do inform you of that every year. We have more information on our website. Our accommodation system is guaranteed for international students, and we also offer a college system which provides support for you within your accommodation, so you have a home from home. We also cover everything with orientation to support you in terms of helping you settle into the UK, helping you settle into York. We have an immigration and visa advice service that you can take part of, free airport collection and pre-departure briefings as well. But it's not just about all of the academic side of things. We do have a great social support system for you here at York that is linked through your college system, which will offer you social activities. But we also have a wide range of student societies and sports clubs and support with finding work, which I'll talk a little bit about later as well. So one of the big focuses of the University of York is employability. So as much as being a research intensive university, we also have really strong links with industry. So this journey of employability support starts from day one. So we have dedicated career service for you on campus that you can access as soon as you join the university. This includes things around employability fairs and careers fairs, but this doesn't just include a focus on the university careers in general. We also offer department-specific careers fairs and employability fairs. This is where we use our strong industry links to link you up with employers in the UK and around the world They're offering bespoke opportunities for you in your chosen area of study. We also offer options around study abroad and year in industry as well. So again, we'll talk about this a little bit more, but it's really flexible around sort of what you're studying and what you're wanting to do. So I do just want to tell you a little bit about this. As you can see, we are sort of really well known for employability in the UK and for producing high quality graduates. So we have around 450 employers that come to our university campus. Obviously, in the light of COVID, that isn't always possible at the moment, but that simply has moved online and has actually allowed us to expand our offering. So even for students that are still based in the UK, and even after you graduate, that's possible to get that support online. And it's not just sort of focusing on sort of what you're going to do after you've graduated. Whilst you're with us at the university, we're really looking to build up your skill set and providing you with all of those opportunities to build that CV. So this could be things around volunteering, community projects. We also offer global programs, as I said, which allow you to study abroad, take part in summer schools or exchanges. This will help you sort of build your sort of experience of sort of integrating with different cultures, taking on different projects. We also offer things around employability skills sessions. So all of our courses at the University of York are designed to develop your employability skill set, whether that's analytical skills, problem-solving skills, organisational skills. But we also look at additional workshops and things that you can take part in to really evidence to employers that you have those skill sets, and those can be transferable to any career that you choose to go into after your studies. We also have a really strong system for supporting you with finding a job. So this is everything from searching for a job, again, whether that's locally, nationally in the UK, or outside of the UK, we offer all of those services. Also, we help you prepare your CV. So one of the skills of finding a job is getting through the job application process. So we can help you construct a really strong CV and tailor that to the industry that you're looking to work in. Also, we can support you with interview preparation and assessment centre preparation. Again, you're always going to perform stronger in these areas if you've had some practice and you know what to expect before you get there on the day. But one of the things that's really unique to the University of York is a programme called our York Strengths Programme. We're really proud of this at the university. This is something that you can get involved in from day one, and it's really about looking at sort of you as a person, supporting your personal development throughout your time at the university. So this is everything from identifying what careers suit you, what you may want to get involved in. Sometimes one of the hardest things when you're completed your degree is knowing what jobs and industries you can get involved in, but also what you want to be involved in. So this process allows you to identify all of your options for your chosen careers with the subject that you're studying. It also allows you to build your confidence and your skill set, but more importantly, talking about that. I think it's really hard when you go into the employment industry to know how to talk about and demonstrate your strengths and really stand out from the crowd. So this programme is really good at achieving that. So I just want to give you a little bit more information about this and show you sort of why this would be a wonderful thing to get involved in at the university. So hopefully that's given you a little bit of an insight as to what that programme involves. So as I said earlier, we also do offer a wide range of internships and placements to help you get that sort of work experience to go on your CV and develop those sort of industry skills. So we offer this for both our undergraduate and postgraduate courses. So for undergraduate, we have some courses where the year in industry is inbuilt. So that means it's directly relevant to the course that you're studying. And you can see those listed here. However, for undergraduate level, all of our courses come with the option to do a year in industry. And this option is really flexible. So it allows you to choose a placement that's directly linked to your subject area. So for example, if you're studying politics, you may get one of our placements to go and work with an MP in Parliament in London, or you have the option to do something that's less related, so just to develop those skills. So for example, if you're studying politics, you may choose to go and work in a marketing agency, so that if you went into politics in the future, you would be part of that kind of communications PR package for politics. So we have a wide range of placement partners available, and that is available to all students to take advantage of. For postgraduate study, we do also have a wide range of internships and placements. So again, the courses listed here are available for inbuilt placements, and they vary depending on the course. However, we do also have a really exciting option for all students at the University of York, and that's the Student Internship Bureau. So I'm just going to let this video tell you everything you need to know about this great opportunity at the university.
The Student Internship Bureau works with local businesses to set up project-based paid internships exclusive to University of York students. Most of these opportunities are based in York and the surrounding areas, but we have some virtual internships which can be done remotely. We have opportunities with a variety of employers, large and small, across a range of different sectors. The projects last up to 12 weeks and run mainly over summer, although term-time opportunities are also available part-time. Summer internships can be full-time or part-time. Most SIB internships are open to all current students. For more information, visit york.ac.uk/SIB.
So as you can see, this is a great opportunity for you to get involved in, and there's no limit to how many placements you can take part in. So once you get to the university and look at your study options, you get in touch with the Student Internship Bureau and they can find a placement that's linked to you. So hopefully all of this will make you sort of see the great opportunities that the University of York can offer you. But now I just want to talk a little bit about what we want from you and what kind of students are we looking for and how you would present a really strong application to the university. So one of the big things that we're looking for at the university is obviously someone with a strong academic performance. As a member of the Russell Group, our courses are intense, but provide a really round, well-structured offering for that subject. We're also looking for people that are inquisitive, so are curious, want to challenge the status quo, and will bring something to the classroom and other students that you're studying with. We're looking for people with adventure and a sense of passion for their subjects. We really want people that are as passionate about those subjects as our academics are, but also those people that go above and beyond. So how are you going to demonstrate this to us? Well, luckily for you, all universities ask students to write a personal statement with their application. And at the University of York, we read all of the personal statements. It's a really good way for us to get a sense of who you are, what your experience is. It's how we get to know you. But it's also your opportunity to make yourself stand out from the crowd. So we receive a large volume of applications, and obviously we can't accept everyone onto the course, but it really makes us see how you're a good fit for our course and the University of York. So it can be the difference between you getting an offer and unfortunately not being successful. So what is a personal statement? It's a piece of writing about your background and shows why you're a good candidate for the course. So it needs to cover things around your academic interests, your achievement and skill set, any extracurricular activities you've been part of, and also what your future career plans are. So it's really important that when you're applying to the University of York and any university in the UK really, that you're very clear about why you're applying for that course. So why have you chosen to study that subject? Is it something that matches your skill set? Do you already have some work experience in the area? Does it fit in with your future career plans to develop yourself in a particular industry? It's also important to sort of be specific, but really importantly to give examples. So we want to know not just why, but how you can evidence that. So again, is it any extracurricular activities you've been part of? Have you been part of any sort of projects through your EPQ or through your employment? Sort of what work experience do you have? Now for postgraduate students, if you have already working or taken a sort of a gap year, you may have a lot of work experience to draw on. If you're an undergraduate student or a recent graduate, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be paid work. You can talk about sort of any volunteering opportunities you've been involved in there, or any experience that you have. Again, your extracurricular activities. So for undergraduate students, this could be projects at school, community projects, sports clubs, different activities. For postgraduate students, if you're involved in any sort of committees within the workplace, or you're involved in any kind of have any articles published in any magazines or attended any conferences, all of those types of things. But it's also really important to not just tell us what you did, but what you learned from that. So what skills did you develop? How did that drive your interest for the subject as well? So again, it's really sort of detailing why you have the skills and experience that we need for that course. Also, it may link to your sort of career aspirations. So again, why do you want to do this subject? What is your career plan for the future? Again, that doesn't matter if you don't have a set career path in mind, that's completely fine. But if you do, it's a really good thing to include in your personal statement. And just a couple of top tips. So please use paragraphs in your personal statement. We do read a lot, so it's nice to just have that broken up and be easy to digest. And also, please do ask someone to proofread it. It's always good to get a second pair of eyes to cast over something, just to make sure that everything is correct in terms of grammar, punctuation, spelling, and then it flows really well. So how do you pull all of this together? Well, for an undergraduate personal statement, it's fairly straightforward. Everyone has to apply through UCAS, so it's a set format of around 500 words, so 4,000 characters. And we tend to look for students to have a sort of 60–70% academic focus of the skills and experience you have around the subject you're wanting to study, and then 30–40% extracurriculum. So all of those are the things that you've been involved in that make you a really well-rounded person and would contribute to the University of York community. Just another important tip with the undergraduate personal statement is that you can only write one for your UCAS application, but you can apply to up to 5 universities. So it's really important that you don't be specific about the university or the city. So because that will be read by all of the universities that you've applied for. For a postgraduate student, it's a little bit different. So they vary between 500 and 1,000 words. So it's really important that you check the university website before you submit your personal statement. Research here is the key. There will be differences between universities, and there may also be differences between departments at that university. Because you can write a personal statement for each course and each university you're applying for postgraduate, it's really good idea to tailor that to the course and the university that you're applying for. So are there any particular modules in that degree program that have interested you? Do they link to your previous experience or your future career plans? And sort of really sell yourself during that piece of writing. Another top tip from me though is please make sure that you plan in advance. You will have to do several drafts of this piece of work to make sure you get it perfect and have everything in there that you're included. So please don't leave it until a few days before the deadline, and make sure you get on with that piece of work well in advance. Now that is a lot of information to take in, so please don't worry. At the University of York, we offer a free guide on our website for undergraduate students to help you prepare and plan your personal statement. So you can go onto our website and download that. Also for postgraduate students, we detail all of the requirements for our department. So again, we'll tell you exactly what to include, what the word count should be. So again, have a look on our department web pages for some hints and tips there. But as I've said before, it's not just sort of the experience that you'll have whilst you're at university that's really an added feature of the University of York. Once you graduate from the university, you become a member of our alumni network and you're with us for life. So you can access lots of great support and guidance throughout your lifetime just because you studied at the university. So we currently have an alumni network of over 130,000 students from over 180 countries. We run programs such as mentoring and volunteering, and this works both ways. So for example, once you graduate from us, we can set you up with a mentor that's in a similar industry to you to help you sort of develop that skill set, network, make connections, help with your career path planning to make sure you achieve everything that you possibly can as a result of achieving your degree. Also, on the flip side, once you have a bit more experience, you can become a mentor to other people. So you can pass on that skills, knowledge and experience and help other people succeed in their career. Again, as I mentioned before, we have an excellent careers support service at the university, and this does not stop when you graduate. You can access that support throughout your life, whether it's support with job search or CV preparation, career planning, all of that is available to you. We also offer networking and development events. So this can be everything from webinars on sort of bespoke events for particular industries. So, you know, how to succeed in the world of banking, or how to develop, you know, analytical skills if you're going on to PhD study. And also network events, both in the UK and in all of, well, most of our other countries, to meet other people that studied at the university and to make those connections, whichever country you end up working in the future. And again, we also offer some continuing professional development opportunities, which are all promoted on our alumni website. So today I have given you a lot of information about all of the great things that the university can offer you. However, I think I'd like to just share with you what our students think of their experience and their life at the university.
To me, York is home because it's given me the opportunity to come to this place and really make it my own. Like, this was my shot at coming to a new place, kind of, as cheesy as it sounds, like kind of discovering who I am and like finding my own ground. And that's what I've been able to do. And I think, yeah, I got really lucky that this is an incredible city. The university is amazing as well. And so, yeah, it's really home.
I think the people are just absolutely amazing. The locals. I've never been to a city in the UK where people have been as
so nice.
I'm very, very, very happy that I ended up coming to York.
Okay, so hopefully that's given you a flavour of all of the things that we offer. I haven't talked today too much about the courses, the actual subject areas that we offer. We are a Russell Group university, so we have a wide range of courses at both undergraduate and postgraduate level that you can study, as well as pre-sessional courses and foundation year options as well. So all of those things can be found on our website that's shown on the screen now. And you'll be able to go on there and see more examples of our careers service, our alumni network. You can speak to some of our current students if you have any specific questions that you want to ask them about. You can see everything about our beautiful, wonderful city that we are located in and any other information that you want to find out. But I am here now to answer sort of any questions that you have. So thank you very much for your time today and hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. Actually, you still have 5 minutes left. Is there anything else to present, or we just move to the Q&A session?
Yes, I think I'd just like to have more time for some questions, if that's okay. So yes, I'm happy to take questions now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vicky, for your presentations. Now we will begin directly to the Q&A sessions. So the very first question is, does an an applicant still can be considered to be accepted in the University of York if he or she didn't have the work experience or outstanding achievements and have only little organization experience before?
Yes, so that is completely possible. I think one of the hardest things when you're trying to advise on a personal statement is that every single student that comes to the university has a slightly different experience and a slightly different background. So as I said, have a look on our website and there is some guidance on there. But also we have myself based in the UK, and I also have two colleagues, one of which is here today, Edwina, who is based in Malaysia, but she is available to support students with giving them advice and tips on how to prepare their personal statement so that you can really make the most of your skill set and experience. And we do have some courses at the university that require a certain amount of work experience, but they are quite niche. So again, if you get in touch with us and explain about your personal situation, which course you're looking to apply for, then Edwina and the team would be really happy to support you with your application and guide you on what is required. But yes, we take students from a wide range of different backgrounds, so we're always happy to speak to you and advise you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So we move to the next questions. This is about the PhD in University of York. In terms of online applications, do we need to contact the supervisor first, or we can directly to do online applications without contacting any supervisor? And then the second question is, how about the available accommodation there near the campus? Since I'm planning to bring children as well. Thank you.
Okay, this is an excellent question. So yes, when you're studying a PhD in the UK, each university does have a slightly different process, and also sometimes within the university departments have a slightly different process. So the key here is really to do your research. So most university web sites will tell you what that process is. And again, as I've mentioned, Edwina and the team are here to support you. So for the University of York, it does depend on the department. Most departments, we encourage students to contact a supervisor first. And again, our web pages have lots of details about the staff available in each department and what their particular area of focus is for that subject. So you can have a look on there, get the details of a supervisor that you may wish to contact. However, for certain subjects, for example, some of our science subjects and some others, we have PhD projects that we advertise and looking for students. So on our website, it will give you a list of what PhD projects are available, and then you apply to the project rather than the supervisor, because the supervisor has already been allocated. Again, a couple of our departments you can apply directly. So again, my advice is have a look on our website or contact Edwina and she will be able to guide you on what that process is. For the second part of the question, so bringing family with you if you're looking to study in the UK, I'd say one of the great things about the University of York, being a campus university, is that we have a great setup for this. So we actually have a large postgraduate research sort of cohort of students, and a lot of those do come with family. So we have a really good sort of network set up for people that come with their families. So for accommodation, we have two options. We do have some on-campus accommodation for families, and that is limited, obviously. So you'd need to apply for that in the first instance. If it was not possible for you to join that accommodation on campus, we have a large sort of support network that can advise you on private accommodation. And again, there is lots of that in the city. Also, as I said, we have a special society dedicated for people that bring their families. And that is a really good resource because it will tell you everything about not just what's good accommodation and where to live, to help you with finding schools if you have children that need to have a school place. We run lots of social activities like family barbecues, family sports days, family movie nights, all of those things to help you and your family integrate into the university. And again, there is more information about that on our website, and we can also provide that to you as well.
Okay, thank you. Very good answer. And then move to the scholarship section maybe. So is there any fully funded scholarship in the University of York, maybe for any level of education? And then the second is still about the scholarship. So there is a participant here that got a little confused about finding scholarship in the York website itself. So maybe you could put any links or something like that, because she thought that there was a limited providers only in scholarship in University of York. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, yes, the information may not have been clear on the website simply because we are still to announce our scholarships for 2021 entry. So all of the information will go up there when it is available. That information will be about the University of York Central scholarships, and we will be offering a variety of amounts, so 2,500, 5,000 and 7,500. So we don't offer in this capacity any full scholarships. So scholarships are based on academic merit, and again, a statement a bit similar to your personal statement about why you would be a good student for the university. So they're the scholarships that we offer centrally. Also at the University of York, we're really lucky that we have a range of other scholarships that you can take advantage of. So some of our departments offer department scholarships. Again, they're all promoted on their website. Generally, it's around between now and Christmas that they start to come out for the September entry for 2021. But we have them in a range of subjects, including things like engineering, English, management, some of the sciences. They do vary by subject and by level. So again, the information will be on the website, or you can check with Edwina as well. But the great thing about our scholarships is you can combine the central scholarship with the department scholarship. So if you're successful for both scholarships, you can combine them together, and that's great. We are also really lucky at the university that we participate in other scholarship programs as well. So things like Chevening and other scholarship programs that are open to students. So again, we can have a look at your sort of situation, the subjects you're applying for, what level of study you're looking for, and we can kind of provide you with all the information as to what would be available to you in your situation. The just last point I want to make on scholarships is that it's a brilliant question, because it's really important to do your research early with scholarships. Scholarships always have different deadlines, so it's really important that you get your application in as early as possible to make sure that you don't miss any of those funding deadlines.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I'll move to the next question. This is about the personal statement. Is there any specific format or template for personal statement or letter of reference and resume or CV used to apply in the University of York? Thank you.
That is a good question. So as I said in my presentation, if it's undergraduate, it all goes through UCAS, and it is sort of like just a Word document that you complete. So again, my advice would be, as in the presentation, make sure you include just a couple of paragraph breaks in that so it is formatted correctly. Again, for postgraduate study at the university, it's an online application form that we ask students to complete. And at York, for the postgraduate courses and research, there is no application fee, so it's free to apply. What that means is that you do it all online, and the personal statement section, again, it's within the application system, but it is just like a sort of a Word document that you can complete. So my advice would be that you prepare the personal statement in a separate document outside of the application, and then you can copy and paste that into the application. So it allows you to work on that separately, really refine that. Again, do the proofreading with someone else if you can, just to make sure that that's perfect. For a CV, it's not compulsory to upload a CV at the University of York, but you can if you want to. Again, we don't really have a set format for that. I think because we get applications from all over the world and from a wide range of students, and we're happily to accept that in many different formats, just because different people have different styles of writing their CV. So we're happy to look at them all. In terms of a reference letter, if you mean a reference letter from an employer or from a previous professor that you've worked with, then again, at the University of York, we have a really good system with the application process, in that we don't require you as the applicant to provide that reference letter in a standard letter format. So during the application process, you can simply enter the email address of the person that you want to be your referee, and we will email them a standard template to complete on your behalf. So this is a much better way for you and the referee, because it means that we get the information exactly as we need in that format. And it also means you can submit your application and then we can get the references later. So you're not having to wait for those. I know sometimes it can be difficult to get those references in advance. So again, there is a little bit of information on our website about that. And again, the team can support you with sort of that level of detail as well if you come to make an application.
Okay, thank you for the answer. This is a new question here. So could you tell about the range, maybe the range of tuition fees in the University of York?
Yes, that's a really good question, actually. So again, we do have different sets of fees. So for undergraduate study, we have one fee for classroom-based and one fee for laboratory-based. The reason that we have those different fees is if you're doing a laboratory course, like a science or something like that, you'll have access to equipment and materials to conduct your experiments and practicals. That's all included in your fee. So we're not going to send you a bill at the end of the year saying, you've used all of this equipment or materials, please pay us. It's all included in your fee. So that's why there's two differences. And those fees are available on the website as well. For postgraduate students, yes, we do have a range of fees. So again, we have a variety of different sort of costs for the courses depending on the subject and the actual course that you're wanting to study. So again, my advice would be to have a look at our course offering on the website, and then you'll be able to see exactly what the fee is on there as well, and all of those details will be there. If you do join us at the university and you have to pay your fees, obviously, we do offer different options. So you can pay all of your fees up front, you can pay them all in one go, or we do offer payment options where you can pay them in installments throughout your course. So all of that information would be available to you as well.
Okay, thank you. We move to the next question about the living costs. How much the living costs for students in the University of York for the first year?
Okay, thank you. So again, this can be a hard question to answer simply because we have accommodation on campus and we also have accommodation in the private sector that students can choose from. Our accommodation costs vary. We have economy, standard and premium rooms. We offer ensuite with a private bathroom or shared bathroom, and we offer catered and non-catered. Also, your living costs really depend on your lifestyle. So how much you want to spend on food, how much you want to do with social activities, how much you want to travel around the UK and explore. But generally, we sort of say for students should budget between £8,000 and £10,000. So that is a very rough estimate. Again, on the website, we have a lot more detailed breakdown. So we really encourage students when you're planning your studies to plan a bit of a budget. So on our website, you can see the varying living costs for accommodation, how much you would pay on average for a weekly food bill, how much it would cost you to buy a bus ticket, how much to go to the cinema, how much to join a gym. So you can kind of sort of budget for yourself based on your lifestyle options, what you would sort of want to choose. My only extra point I would like to make is that our on-campus accommodation, like I say, varies in costs, but that includes all of your bills. So things like water, gas, electric, internet. If you choose to go in the private sector, again, the prices will vary depending on the style of accommodation. If you want your own flat, if you want to go into a house share. The only thing to remember in the UK is if you have private accommodation with a private landlord, you have to pay all of your bills on top of that. It's quite rare for that to be included in the rent. So you would have to add up extra costs for water, electric, insurance, internet. So just bear that in mind when you're looking and comparing prices, because that is a difference in the UK.
Okay, thank you very much for the good answers from Vicky. So I think that's the end of our Q&A sessions today. Just a reminder that you can connect with Vicky through the information given by her earlier in the presentation. So before that, I have to announce once again for all of you who watch the webinar sessions, there will be a virtual fair today and tomorrow. You can consult directly with the university representative and ask about your study plans. Please access it via event.ehef.id. So thank you very much, Vicky, and see you in our next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, have a nice day.